Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Boring buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi, Willow. Hi, Benny. Good morning, Pickles, Lois, William. Good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing? It's Hump Day. It is Wednesday. I forgot which day it was. Um, Hopefully, I'm not muted. Hopefully, I am okay. Sorry, you just get some notifications, but yeah, how is everyone doing? It's Wednesday. We've done it. It's halfway through the week. I'm done with my work week. Now starts the time to relax and to have fun. But you guys won't even believe this, because as I'm telling you, you're all gonna tell me off. I had an accident today. I finally, well, not finally, but I haven't gone to the hospital because it's not needed. I'm fine. As you see, I'm here. I am not anywhere else. Um, but I was on my way to work this morning, and I I know I shouldn't have been, but I was rushing. um I know I was kind of rushing because I was slightly late than I normally am, and I was going down the stairs because to leave my house we have massive dip stairs to get out, and I fell down the stairs. I fell down because Garden Bot forgot that there was some shoes in stairs. They forgot to take them off, and I did not see them because it was dark. And I said, "Oh, I'll be fine." There was a little bit of light because it's starting to get really light at that time now, at 4:30 in the morning. So I was like, "Oh, I'll be fine. I can see enough of where I'm going." Yeah, no, I can't see. Um, I know it is. So I fell down the stairs. I sprained my ankle. It hurt bad, and I have a lovely carpet burn on my elbow, like on there. I don't know if you guys can even see it. But yeah, I know, Biddy. I cannot even believe it's my going. We're going away tonight. Which I can't even believe it. I was like, that will teach me of always turn on the uh oh my days, I know I've almost I still went to work, right? I still went to work. I tried to bake. Tried to be in a bakery, but I just couldn't because my foot was hurting too much. So I asked to go on checkout. So I went on the checkouts for the rest of my shift. I did like a now a bakery. I baked all the stuff because I didn't have to walk much. Um but I know. And then my boss was like, "We really have to wrap you in bubble wrap." So I think I'm gonna um oh, like me too. Uh that is the best uh the best one I've almost your frequent follow that teaches fall prevention. Can you not teach yourself how not to fall, and teach me too, because I have more accidents than anybody else. But the good thing is I haven't gone to the hospital yet this year. So far, we are in May. We are on 14th of May uh today of 2025. And we yeah, and we still haven't gone to the hospital. So I I am glad with that much. So yeah, I know Karen Reed herself being ill was the reason. Yeah, I saw that. That like the court couldn't really say because I think apparently HIPAA thing, but a lot of people already know about that. I did not know if it was like confirmed, but a lot of people were saying, so I'm assuming it was. Still not 100%. Court should be on today because Fan is back. But hey, greetings. Hi, vamos. Um, but yeah, so it's been an eventful morning, and I cannot believe that I had an accident the night that before we have to go, or the day like in the morning that we are going away. We're still going away. I have a moon boot. It's one of those boots you have when you like break your foot or anything, but um yeah, I've got one of those, and I'm gonna take that to our weekend away because I'm still gonna have fun. I'm still gonna enjoy the time away with Garden Bot, because it's. Oh, I did not tell you because we were not streaming last night. That is true. So when we finished the trial, when we finished the stream yesterday, I did dinner. I cooked for Garden Bot, which he deserved to have a nice dinner. So I did a nice dinner, and then I was waiting for him. He got home, and he was so upset. So he was streaming. He does gardens for work. In the Garden Bot name, so he was doing some gardens, and with the streaming, because he was streaming the hedge of the lawn, and the streamer caught a stone, and um got caught a stone, and that stone went into a window and smashed the customer's window. We have no luck. Between me and Garden Bot, we absolutely have no luck. It's not even funny. So now we are waiting for the customer to tell us how much is that damage gonna be, and that is gonna be another thing. But just I know pickles. It's so was Garden Bot smashing a window yesterday, me spraining badly my ankle today, and yeah, falling down the stairs. So it's been a great 24 hours. So literally like yesterday we both had food and we went to bed, and we were in bed by like 8 o'clock. We were in bed and we just like, yeah, let's just end this day, and then today I did this. So yes, it's been a great time, everybody. But good morning, Pickles. Congratulations, by the way. So yeah. I'll be ready for court because I don't even know what else can happen. So day 15 apparently looks like it's gonna go ahead. Um, it's it seems like that because court is up, but the only fan is going. So hey, good morning, Megan. I need to remember that Megan. Yes, good morning. Hi. I know you didn't use the name Sage Jericho, but good morning, Megan. Nice to see you again. No. Oh, okay. I understand why. I might understand why. Obviously, I don't know uh the reasons, but I'm so sorry, Pickles. I'm sorry. I feel yeah, but if it is that's what's best for you, it is what's best for you. And I understand that. But hey, I did good. Yes. See, I'll get there. I'll get there. Good morning, Stephanie. Oh, you guys, Stephanie, have you heard my story of how I fell down the stairs this morning? I'm fine. Don't worry. By the way, everyone, I'm fine. I fell down the stairs. I used that as a it's not as a joke, but I did fall down the stairs. I have a carpet bun and I sprained my ankle on the day before I go away on a mini holiday. And yeah, garden butt left there's some shoes in the stairs and I fell and I went. I'm fine. It's just a sprained ankle, so I'll be fine in a couple of days. But I'm still gonna go away. Yes, It's like a balloon. It's a little bit, not a lot, um, but it's I'm having it elevated. I've put some ice on it already. So yeah. At huh? At least you got the offer, right? I think that's for pickles. No, I don't think that's for me. So I'm okay. My boss was even joking. I was joking with my boss saying that I need to be bubble wrapped. So, but I'm still gonna go. See, I already know what to do. I already know what to do. Elevate and ice. See, I'm already there. I'm having a week. I'm having a few years, but it's fine. Hi, good morning, Sherry. Good morning, everybody. I'm okay. I is also, but the thing is, last week was the barn hand, right? That garden pot burned my hand by accident. This week he left his shoes in the stairs, um, and I fell down. So are you keeping track of this, everyone? Because in case I am unalived, um I'm gonna lie if you guys have the evidence. No, I'm joking. He's not gonna do it. That was a joke. That was a very bad joke, but that was a joke. Oh, okay, it's for pickles. I thought so. But yeah, see, I already know what to do for a sprained ankle. Elevated and ice and rest. That's all you can do. It's a little bit swollen. It hurts putting the foot down, but it's fine. I've only done like 14 hours ago, but oh yes, oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely having a blast on the weekend. All that is for sure. Tomorrow is the concert, and I'm gonna do some recordings here and there. Obviously, I'm gonna record my experience. I'm gonna record what was happening and what we're doing, and basically as well. Only a couple. I think that's gonna be the pre-show cocktails that we're gonna have. I am not gonna pet my. Mm. Yeah, we went to this concert. It's the same concert we went in November, and we bought through Jager bombs, right? And they were the most watered Jager bombs ever in my life. Morning, Kara. Hi. Good morning, my lovely. How are you today? Happy Thursday. It's not Thursday, Katya. It's Wednesday. Happy Thursday. Hey, look, it's Jason. Hi, Jason. Nice to see you again. Has been a hot minute since I seen you. How are you? How's gardening life treating you? Um, I am great too, Kara. I have a swollen ankle. I have a carpet run. I am great. Um, or you like how I say Jager bombs? What do I say it wrong? Do not tell me that I say it wrong, pickles. It's that's. But anyway, we bought them, and oh no. Well, at least Jason, you haven't done like Gardenbot has that he hit the window yesterday and with the streamer gone over a stone and hit the window of a customer. So yeah. Yes, so I was just flinch for at Younger Bums. Yes, pickles. I haven't even had the chance to say that, but yes. So the Menendez brothers yesterday they were already resentenced to 50 to life. So they are immediately eligible for parole. So I think they have a parole hearing next month or something. I need to hand it down to see when it is. But yeah. Oh, you've been here just lurking. I am not trusting you anymore. And I'm joking. My good friend and I in college decided to play beer bong. Oh, Kara, no. That is a bad idea. Oh no. Oh no, that did it. Oh. Yeah, Jed did that yesterday. And guess what, Jason? Today I fell down the stairs. I sprained my ankle and I have a carpet brand. So we are very good for each other, me and Garden Bud. But stay away from peanut butter whiskey. Ugh, that doesn't sound very nice to be fair. My friend last night, let's try this. We try a little oh hey, at least you had fun there, Stephanie. That is not a bad thing. Pierre Bong was my jam back in. beer pong, it is very good, but I'm very bad at it. So I was full on sober all the time. Um, so yeah, that doesn't work with me, beer pong. Oh, is that the parole hearing, June 13? I need to put that down. Which day of the week is that? My calendar is so full. Oh, it's a Friday. Gets in because I'm off. I can do it. I can do a stream of the parole hearing Menendez. How do you spell Menendez again? Menendez. There you go. I realized that. Oh, it's your son's birthday. Oh, that's awesome. See, you're gonna know that day forever for sure. Um, so yeah, I miss that too, but we have got lovely people that help us out, which is amazing. So I don't know if they're gonna stream it, but we'll be doing something. I'm sorry. I'm sure. That's definitely. Are you having a lay-in? You deserve it, girl. You absolutely deserve it. I am gonna be having a lay-in tomorrow. That is for sure. I believe is the parole hearing or a next hearing for the Menendez brothers, because now they are eligible for parole um, after being sentenced yesterday. I believe. Don't quote me on that. Never quote me on anything because I do not speak English. And hang on, it's getting way too hot. I need to turn on the fan, but you guys know it. I need to shake the fan first. See, there you go. I need to shake the fan before I turn on. So there you go. But yeah, parole hearing. Oh no, it's absolutely fine. Pickles, do not worry, my friend. We appreciate that you help us out. So yes, that's how I turn on my fan. It fell the other day while I was on stream and broke it. And now the only way of turning on the fan is by shaking it a little bit, and then it will work. Great fan. It is actually quite good. So ooh, you know what? I cannot wait to do that with my niece. No, I'm joking. I think my sister-in-law would analyze if I ever did that. Um, along with the goldfish. I'm trying to follow the Didi trial, but life has been crazy busy. Karen Reid has been keep me busy. Um, I know Cassidy testified yesterday, the girl that was in the video with that got hit with by Diddy. I know that. Um I know the stuff that she talked about on some of the stuff that she talked to understand. Yeah, that was a little no fun secret. That's how you turn me. Stephanie, you are that's hilarious. Oh, I'm sure she is because she has a lot to say about their relationship and how everything was because she was in the middle of that. I mean, she was part of that the whole thing, sadly. But yeah, and Cross is gonna be if we think that Cross and Karen Reid is spicy and can you imagine if she goes into labor like that? I was like, I did not know, first of all, I only know who she is throughout all the whole this thing. I did not know who she was, but when I saw the sketches, I absolutely was like, "Oh, she is pregnant. That is not great." Oh yeah, yeah, you can send me over, yeah. And then, well, I don't know how long we are gonna be waiting, because it's Karen Reid, it's Judge Bev. It's probably gonna be late, but we don't know. Hey, good morning, Nancy. Hi, hello, nice to see you. Um, Absolutely. I hope you are all right, my friend. It's nice to see you today. I know, Sherry, that is absolutely crazy. Ow. That is absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You know what? If it is, send me over, Kara. I appreciate it. And we might watch it during a break, but I need to see because obviously you guys know it's Wednesday. Me and Garden Bot are gonna go away tonight. We are gonna be on a little staycation just near where Thank you. I just seen it. Thank you very much, Kara. So Robert is gonna take over for the afternoon session. Hopefully, meaning that everything is all right with her. And then tomorrow we are gonna be. You guys gonna be with Robert because I'm gonna be a Austin all day. And on Friday, I still haven't figured it out. How am I gonna do the stream? But I might have to ask Jason if it's not working. Can he just stream for me? Um, yeah, I'm very excited for the staycation. But once again, I cannot believe. But apparently, Stephanie, the daughters left when Cassidy was testifying at some point. I think so. But don't quote me again. Again, don't quote me on anything. Oh no, lots of chores. Oh, Sherry, we'll see if they let you. Being lurking, doing at least when you're doing the chores, not when you're doing the errands. But completely understand. Um, but um I know it's great for the staycation, but I'm still feeling bad that I haven't found a cover for Friday, or figured it out a way to turn on my computer remotely, if that's even a possibility, to be able to set up, because I can leave it on, but I'm gonna have to leave it on from today to tomorrow to Friday to be able to do the stream, and I don't know how the computer it's gonna handle that being on for that many days. Um so yeah, I don't know. Hang on one second. Uh Sorry, just a tweet thing. So yeah, I just don't know. Um well, true, no one. Um oh really? Kara, that is horrible. Well, to be fair, they didn't fall. The apple doesn't fall far too much from the tree. Um, Yeah, they don't want to hear that. Like, I think the girls left. I saw something on X about the girls leaving, but sometimes I don't believe 100% everything that is on X. You have to take things sometimes with a pinch of salt. Um, Run a train on what? What's like, Kara? You can DM me what the run a train means, because I have absolutely no clue what that means. But yeah. Oh, have you seen the lately the pictures of how Bieber looks? It looks like, oh, I don't know why what he looks like, but he looks like a skeleton walking. Sadly, since this whole ordeal with Diddy has been happening, that kid has not been looking too good, and he's just been recently a father as well. So it's just who is Aaron Carter? I'm so uncultured that I don't know what the rain the train is, or who Carter is. My days. I'm s- I am not the best person to come to asking um questions. So I thank you very much, Nancy. I'm definitely gonna appreciate it. Absolutely will. I'm just gonna be stressing that I'm not gonna be able to stream on Friday. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kara. Thank you. Hi, good morning, really. That's um I have no words for that, Kara. But thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. Ugh, that I need to. Oh, my damn, got sick after that. Um, I know who Backstreet Boys are. I love them. I like them, but I did not know that one of the names was that one. Uh, my apologies. That I am that bad. Oh, really? Wow. Ooh, he goes that far back. Like, my days, Diddy is the worst kind of person. I hope you're rotting. Um, no worries, Nancy. See you soon. It should be starting any soon, hopefully, because the fun is back up, but it's still nothing. Um, The sound is on. So, oh my days. Mhm. It's that is a big wonder that how can you just get away with that for so long and not only now. Ugh. But hopefully it's hopefully they like I obviously no one is kind of really seeing the trial, but what's being presented, it's absolutely horrendous. Oh, I got a message. So it's just horrible, all of this situation. Hopefully some justice is found, and well, you can go away for very very soon. um Aaron Carter is the younger brother of Nick Carter. I know that. Not who that one. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, hello, Paula. Hi, good morning. You sneaked that. It sneaked in, didn't you? Hello. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Hopefully, you can have your fun because apparently it's very warm where Paula is. I would not want to trade. Thank you very much. Um, yeah. Oh, you were talking about it last night, and my kids told me that you was a Backstreet Boy. You was a Backstreet Boy. You was a Backstreet Boy, huh? Okay, yeah, you sure did. But I saw you because, you're adult kids. Okay. Um. Oh, you're hanging out with Easton. That's nice. Are you? Oh, that is awesome. I hope you have a great day, Paula. Um. Oh, yes. I think we do need to do that. I want to start doing that, but if we do it, it will be obviously over the weekend. And it has to be at nighttime because I want to watch. There's the Brian Kohlberger thing that I want us to watch together. I want to watch that. Um, I want to be able to watch the Karen Reid one and as well, but I need to figure it out first how it is. Maybe Kara, you can help me out, how to host that, because the BK one I really want to watch because I've gone down the rabbit hole of BK, and that's something that is coming up and we need to talk about that trial. So, oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yay. And yeah, so I need to do more stuff like more like that. Sorry. I can't put my elbow down because um all I talk about was my court cases. Actually surprised that the oh wow. Well, look, they I'm sure they are interested in same things that you are, Stephanie, and that's really good though. That's awesome. Of course, court is late. Did you talk about how Beth is always late? Because it's 11 past. Well, hopefully they will come today. It's a good sign that they have the fan on. At least court will come on today. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Um, I'm trying to see if there is anything. Uh, on Yeah, well, it is in session, but still not started. So obviously they are late. Um, but oh wait, hang on. We might not even know. You might not even start right now because it's not the niece and the nephew of John O'Keefe supposed to testify today. Well, yeah, we know how unpunctual is, but wait a minute. It's not them supposed to be testifying today. The nephew and the niece, the John O'Keefe. Um, because I'm just actually just thinking about that. Oh, sorry. 1 second, because Garden Bot is calling. Hello. Sorry about that, everybody. I just garden bot because, as always, guys know that I'm multitasking, doing this, running a garden bot's business. So I just need to send him a phone number of a customer, for him to contact. Sorry, give me a second so I don't mess up any numbers. There we go, and that's done. So yeah, so you guys know that I'm always multitasking. I'm doing this, I'm doing garden bots, managing business type thing that I take the calls and everything, and just make sure everything's run smoothly. So yeah, but so yeah, so we're talking about that the niece and the nephew might be testifying this morning, so the feed might not kick in until then. Does anyone know? Oh, we were talking about Nick and our country. They were wrong. Nick was the backstreet. Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine. It's okay. I kind of understand that. It's fine. I believe anything that you guys say. I don't have any reason to suspect. So, does anyone knows? That's because I was just saying because that um Yuri did finish the other day, right? It was done and over with. He's not gonna come back. Um, ouch. Um, so it's not coming back. So is it the? I don't even know. I mean, they would have said, or they would have come and say that it's just the two young ones to talk, to testify, and then we'll go back. I don't know, but well, if it is them to testify first, what we are going to be doing is we can watch that 27-minute thing of the law and crime that um Kara sent to us, about the Diddy trial, and then we can just join trial again if when it starts back up, because I don't know how long they're going to be. I'm assuming they are not going to be that long witnesses. I'm assuming that they are going to be like short and sweet um witnesses, in not sweet, you know what I mean, but short witnesses, so they are not going to take forever. So yeah, that's my thing. Oh yeah, okay, I got that. Let me just open that, leave it there for now, and then we can watch it later when I don't want to press on anything else. Discord. Sorry, just trying to do two things at the same time and it's not working. It never works when I want to multitask. Uh, so it's still absolutely nothing. It's been 60 minutes, almost half an hour. There is no word of what's going on or why is it delayed, or if it is the um the nephew and the niece testifying, but we don't know. I think we are just gonna have to sit and wait. You guys have to listen to me a little bit more. I mean, in terms of like true crime news, oh, that guy from Ohio that we were. Yes, they are. I think they are still minors, Kara. So, hey, Maria, good morning. Hi. How are you, my friend? We missed you. How was your weekend? Well, and the start of your week and your weekend away. Hope you're okay. It's so nice to see you. Very nice to see you. We are just waiting for court to start. It still hasn't started. Because Judge Beth is late, and we still see if they are gonna even have a trial. I don't know. Um, I don't know. Like they said, not even audio. We are gonna listen. We are gonna be able to because I would imagine yes, we cannot see them because they are minors, but they say not even audio. Apparently, we're gonna be allowed for some reason because I remember on the Carly Craig trial, it was the same thing. Um, yeah, they're mine. Oh, hang on. We are in. We are back. We are in.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Of course. Of course. Of course we start at sidebar. Who had that on bingo? Of course we start on the sidebar. Yeah, they're minus. We won't see them testifying, but just like the Carly correct trial, I remember when we watched that trial. There were minors testifying that wasn't her, the defendant Carly. That we only saw the tweets on the thing. Oh, that is good. You need to sleep in absolutely. It's underrated. I love sleeping in. It is like you deserve sleeping in late. So yeah. So on the Carly Craig trial there were minors, and then we only hear um of course they starting with the sidebar. What else is new? Even that gentleman knows that's it's funny that we are starting with the sidebar. We always start with the sidebar in this trial. Well, I've only been covering 44 days, and we always start with a sidebar. Nothing different there. Oh my days. But yeah, so them uh well, yesterday it was a bit late because yesterday we did not have court at all. You know, yesterday was we Karen or someone was sick, and we did not have court at all, so we did only a short stream, and then I took the evening off, which was very rude of me of doing so. But yeah. Yeah, he's laughing with us because I agree with you. Oh, but hanging headlobe. Heard on somewhere that it was. No way, really? Oh, that is not good. I mean, if that carries on, well, women were and trial witnesses, jurors. What? Hang on, we need more information. And this fun is really getting to my nerves now. But wow, is he? I don't know him. Yeah. Oh yeah. 5 p.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. your time. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. So yes, definitely you wouldn't have missed me. Yeah. Oh yay! I'm on a big screen. I made it. I'm joking. Sorry, Paula. That was just for Paula's entertainment on the big TV. Paul, or I don't know. To be fair, I don't know what the drama is with Paul O'Keefe. Again, I'm just jumping on the background and of the Karen Reed at like late to the party. So but it's I know already that it's typical starting with the sidebar. Sidebars can last to 5 minutes to more than an hour, like it did the other day that we covered this trial. Um, and as well, there is a lot of sirens in this trial too. A lot of spiciness. I've learned that people that lie. Um, Oh, I know. He left you in the shopping center. No. Oh, man. No way. He left you in the. Oh, that is not good of RA, is it? He left you. Yeah, kind of left me too because I was just lurking. Um, I saw the point that Mrs. RA was on a stream. I don't know if she left, but then yeah. So oh, I did? Oh, I did not did not see. No way. Guys, Becky Hill, the clerk of court of Alex Murdaugh, was arrested on 3 felony charges. Oh wow, that is weird. Well, I need to go rewatch it and watch the other one. But yeah, Becky Hill was arrested. Yeah, three felony charges. It's just broke the news. She was the Alex Murdaugh clerk. No way. Ew. Oh, it was their anniversary. Oh, that's so sweet though for them doing that. Becky Hill is the clerk of the court clerk of the Alex Murdaugh case out of South Carolina. She yeah, an interview with the juries during the Alex Murdaugh trial. Oh my days! I definitely we need the backstory on Becky Hill. She wrote a book on this whole thing. Oh, see, I was just saying that, Lois. I was like, yeah, 25th. Oh man, I need to go there. I need to. That was absolutely. She was in charge, yeah, of the jury. That was crazy. A plagiarized, yeah, that one, that word, plagiarized book. It was absolutely crazy that that Oh yeah. So Becky Hill was the Alex Murdaugh court clerk. She was in charge of the jury during the deliberations. She wrote a book about the trial, plagiarized. She was uh she plagiarized the book. She apparently influenced the jury, and it was crazy. Even they had to call the jury back and do a whole investigation on it. And now she's been arrested with 3 felony charges on this whole thing. So she I need to open. I don't know what was the charges because the link that there is a YouTube video. Let me have a look if I can do this before court starts. Obviously probably I will. Oh, I'm so sorry, Paula. That sucks. I'm sorry. I am trying to investigate that. Hang on 1 second. Charges. Those aren't specified, although I'm hearing one is expected to be perjury. Okay, so the girl that had to put the news on Pretty Lies and Alibi says that one she's suspected to be perjury, but the charges aren't specified as of yet. So as soon as I know more about the Becky Hill whole debacle, I will try to tell you guys. But yeah, did I? Oh, I was gonna say, did I pause the stream? No, it is live. They are just not moving. Um, but oh dear me, wow. There's a lot of going on. I am so glad I'm not Becky Hill too. Phew, that's not good. Well, she has the money to get out anyway. To get on one. Don't worry. She ain't gonna be in jail for that long. Um yeah. Well, what are the jurors said that statements that Becky Hill made to the jury influence her and made her go guilty. Is that a question or is that a statement? I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know. I know we watched again with RA. That's a whole, I think was with RA. Don't quote me again. Um, yeah, she was arraigned today. Yeah. It's crazy. This literally just broke the news, so it's just crazy. Yeah, perjury charges. Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate that. Um, and being a judge called in all of the witnesses and asked them one by one. Yes, the judge did ask, was Judge Newman that says, bring the jury. I love that judge. Well, he's not a judge anymore. He's retired. One by one, if Becky Hills influenced that decision, one of the jurors on the stand said, yes, the judge still did not grant a retrial. Well, yeah, I think she was arraigned today, and they had a whole thing beforehand, like when this whole broke. It's a crazy story, believe me. So it's a whole story, but I do love Judge Newman. I think it was his name. He did ma- yeah. So it was crazy. Oh,
All right, so
Karen left the courtroom. Huh?
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, Judge Beth left. Hang on, what? I know. That is true. That is true, Stephanie. Did Karen went to the toilets or something, or run away? Well, we'll see. But that's I don't know. They literally just left. I don't know if the jury's coming or is not. Or it was. I only saw the last few bits of that trial. Um, and it was very very good. Uh, I know she quickly left, isn't it? She was like running. Alex Murdo. Did you see his son, youngest son, Buster or something? Got just got married. I don't know, Pickles. We are just talking about an old trial. But I don't know. They went on a sidebar, and when the camera was spinning out, Karen was running outside of the courtroom, maybe bathroom break, don't know, and we're not just waiting for them to get back. I think, um, yeah, probably she might have been having that could be, which sucks. Oh, she had that. Oh, I did not know about that. That could be a big part as well in it. Wow. And well, being as well as she has been, that's good that she's been able to be as well as she has. Sorry, I'm just retouching the camera layout because if I put there you go. I knew about the MS thing because that's how she and Jennifer McCabe bonded. I heard them say that. Um, that's how they bonded, and that's how they got friends and everything, and that's how I think why John I think introduced them each other. So yeah, yeah, that's might have been a stress that definitely does not help. Oof. Stress does not help with anything. Absolutely anything. Stress doesn't help. I agree there. So we'll just sit here and wait and talk about more breaking news that happened. We just need. Oh, hang on. I need to read this. Hang on 1 second. Oh. Sorry, it's just because you guys know the Discord saga that has been happening is still happening. So apparently, I need create a new link for the Discord server, and I'll be dropping it. So if you've been kicked out recently from the Discord server as the Gava drops, you're gonna have to rejoin. There are several mods here. There's Denise. There's me. There's Kara. There are mods on the Discord server, and you can rejoin and we'll be able to make sure that you get back in again. So there were texts about her. Oh, no way. That is absolutely horrible. That's what Jen to make herself. Oh, Jen. Oh, that's what she. Well, I'm just saying what I heard Jen say. To be fair, I'm not. I don't know. I can search. Let me have a look. I'm sure there is. Um, I'm sure by now there is some Becky Hill. There you go. I'm sure there's gonna be some South Carolina. Um, 11 months ago. Oh, yeah, she was facing 76 counts of misconduct, citing financial gain, ethics. Oh, I had ethic. Okay, ethics by the tech for making. Oh, that is not very good. That is not good at all. Oh, the, those the absolutely. I don't think there is anything yet, but I'm gonna keep an eye out, Lancy, about for them arraignment. I'm sure that there is gonna be a video soon on it. I bet you. Let me go to the other account to see if there is anything on the other one. Um I know that there is gonna be something soon about it. I bet you that. I'm sure that they are working on that as soon as as we speak. Oh my days, Lori Vallow is back. Ugh, really? I'm not gonna do that. I ain't doing Lori Vallow. You stay away from me, girl. Lori, stay away. Stay away, Lori. She has a new hearing today, guys. Lori Vallow for the Brandon Burdo trial. Oh yeah, it is the 14th of May. We're not gonna be doing that. I can't not do that again. Um, I cannot do her again because her motion been denied for new trial. For Miss Lorivala. So that happened, and now we are back at waiting. Well, I hope that she's okay though. It's not good facing the issues that she's facing, and having the health issues that she has. It is not easy, definitely. Yeah, oh man. Oh, I'm so sorry, Stephanie. That sucks a lot. I'm so sorry, my friend. It's yeah, and she having to deal with all of that, plus a trial, plus going through all of this, it's even worse. Yeah, no. Um yeah. As I said, I know you would be. The thing is, Lindsay, if it wasn't for the time zone, I say I can handle more Lori, but I definitely would be roped into it. But the time zone is absolutely killer for me. Um, so you know that the time difference, it's it's a killer. I know, Lois, isn't it? It is impressive for her, actually. She her being able oh, that's such a cutie. I need to text back in a second. Sorry, Paula, I saw your message, Paula, but I'll text you back. Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't think so. It's just like I liked during the first trial, but it absolutely endo me. Oh wait, hang on. No. That is so bad. That is so sad. I don't know, Stephanie, you know why Array stream was work? Apparently it had a copyright claim. Oh man. Um Yeah, I would never sleep. The thing is, I plan of never sleeping. No, I'm joking. One day, when we grow a little bit bigger, I like might be able because the thing is, and I know that if I drop one more day at the bakery, at the Tesco job, the supermarket job, I would be able to cover a California time trial. I would be fine because I would only have to be without sleep for one night. But yeah, yeah, that was when I saw that. That's probably what it was. I feel bad. Oh man, that absolutely sucks. um yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. It got that's not good. I understand them on that as well. um so yeah, so what I was saying, so if I would be able to, on when I'm able to quit one more day, because I work 3 days at the bakery right now, and then do this. So when I'm able to do an extra day off, I would be able to cover any time zone trial, including California. um because there would be only one day that I would have to like have less sleep or just have a different schedule, but that would be just one day instead of the 2 days. 2 days it's a bit hard. And yeah. Ooh, that judge in Wisconsin was indicted. Ouch. um Check kind of warned him though. Oh, chat. Yeah, he probably was not looking at it or anything, which is sometimes it's hard, especially if you are out in the street. It's a bit hard to see that, but hopefully it hasn't affected it a lot. The channel would be a shame, um, because he's amazing. Oh, Cork, it's back. Is it? I can hear sounds.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, may I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Ryan. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
All right, so now juvenile time. Obviously, we are not going to be able to watch that. I'm going to have the courtroom on my ear. We are probably going to be, so the next witness is a juvenile. We are not going to be able to listen to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to be watching the DD recap from LNC. So it's going to be about half an hour. We'll see. I still have a year on the court. And then when that witness finishes, they only showed 2 snippets of it. They did not show the whole thing. Hopefully, Alan Jackson or one of the attorneys for Karen Reed can show the whole thing or talk about that. Hopefully they will be able to do that. So right, we're just gonna then watch the thing while we are on this witness. So I'm still keeping an eye out. I have the feed on my computer. I can see that. So we're gonna just watch the recap of the Cassandra Cassie Ventura testimony on the DD trial while we wait for the thing. So I have no clue, Stephanie, about that. So, I need to add that to the stage.
Right now, Cassandra Ventura has taken the stand. Now, unfortunately, in this case, in a federal case, there are no cameras in the courtroom. There is no audio in the courtroom. But we are going to do our best to report to you in real time what is happening with her testimony and analyzing her testimony in real time. And we're going to also be taking your questions about this testimony, about the case in general, as it progresses. So if you have a question, submit it on YouTube. We will answer it here on air. I'm not going to do it alone. I have with me here in studio, Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. It's great to see you. Rich, thanks for jumping here so quickly. Really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Big day in this trial.
This is a big day because she is victim number one in this case. I think it would be fair to say we probably wouldn't have criminal charges if it wasn't for Cassandra Ventura filing her lawsuit in November of 2023. We all know that the videotape of her purportedly being beaten by Sean Combs in 2016 changed the course of this entire legal saga. It came up a lot yesterday. She came up a lot yesterday. And now her testifying for the prosecution, I think a fair argument is this case either rises or falls with her testimony. So what has she testified to so far? Well, first of all, she's quite pregnant. She's about 8.5 months, 9 months pregnant. She's 38 years old. She explained that she was with Sean Combs for 10 years. We're talking about a 17-year age difference. She admitted that during the course of their relationship, he introduced her to certain sex acts. She asked to describe the relationship she had with him. Quote, there were violent arguments that would usually result in some sort of physical abuse, dragging, different things of that nature. Again, why is this important? He's charged with sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, underlying crimes like sex trafficking, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction, and also transporting sex workers for purposes of prostitution. She went on to say that he would stomp her in the head if she was down. There was frequent violence. She would have black eyes. She would have bruises. She was asked by the prosecution to describe what a freak off was. And she said, quote, it basically entails the hiring of an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. It involved Combs being able to watch with me, the other person, and actually direct us on what we were doing. Eventually, it became a job for me, pretty much. And by the way, this comes after the testimony of a male performer who says he was hired by Cassandra Ventura and Sean Combs to have sex with Cassie in front of Sean Combs. She described how their relationship was quite complex, talking about these freak-offs. When she was first introduced to them, she says, I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. She explained how Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of her life. She talked about blackmail materials, so videos that Combs purportedly shot of her during these sexual encounters. She was concerned that they would be published, they would be released. Quote, he had many resources to do that. She was shown the 2016 video of that hallway attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking. She says she was afraid that if she said no to him, it would make him angry. So again, we're going to get more of her testimony in real time. So far, Rich, from what I've said, what are you taking away from her testimony?
Well, obviously, this is a horrendous relationship and she suffered a lot. I think the defense is arguing, in essence, that she was a consensual, willing participant in this relationship. It was a 10-year relationship. It had ups and downs, and the defense is arguing that some of the things she argues now she was forced to do, she did willingly and perhaps even enjoyed at the time. So that's what we're getting at. But this is really shocking stuff for a jury to have to hear all of this. And I think see some of it is coming up.
Don't you think that there is a potential problem for the prosecution? Because we heard it. It was funny. We have a question from TDB. Jesse, does the male dancer's testimony about Cassie contradict the prosecution's opening statement? Now, he had testified that he thought he heard Sean Combs slapping her, that there were instances where he saw him dragging her. But at the same time, he was getting paid by her. He was texting her. She was participating in these freak-offs. You wonder, this case is a thin line. Was it coercion or not? Was she a victim or partner in this? Do you think when you hear the testimony of that male dancer and you hear her testimony now, it'll be difficult for the jury to believe that everything was coerced and against her will?
I don't think the jury is going to believe that everything was coerced and against her will at the time, but it doesn't have to. There's a massive power imbalance here. So even if she willingly participated for parts of this relationship, he has all of the power and he's using it. And the one thing you mentioned, I wrote down, blackmail video. That stuff's really important to the case, right? This is carrot and stick territory, but he kept, allegedly, things like these videos to keep people in line. And the allegation here is if she sort of got a little bit antsy about how the relationship was going, he would threaten to release videos that would destroy any chance of her having a career.
The defense would say the only person that was in possession of the videos was Cassandra Ventura. That's a point that they made yesterday.
That's an evidentiary point. I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask you this. We have a question from Lauren, who, by the way, has this cute little emoji, smiley face with the hearts. I like it. It's nice. I have a question. Do you think now that the prosecution has played their ace with Cassie, that they have more damning evidence to come?
I would expect so, because when you're prosecuting a case like this, you want to start strong. And I think some of the idea of putting her on in day 2 of this trial is to start strong. They put on a little corroborating testimony first, right, from this dancer, escort, whatever you want to call him, and now they have her, the security guard, and they get to show the video, that horrible video, and now she testifies. But it can't be the prosecution's plan to try this case that now they're just going to wind their way through some other inconsequential witnesses. I mean, they have 2 more victims, as I understand it.
Well, let's talk about this. The practical reality is, A, they need to get her on the stand before she gives birth. Okay.
Well, that's true too. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, because victim 3 is nowhere to be found. So they may have to make sure that victim 1 is still available. But also, I agree that they started very strong with corroborating evidence before they brought her on, because what happened? When she filed her lawsuit in November of 2023, made these wild allegations, I think people said, how do we know this is true or not? As soon as that video was released by CNN, the whole game changed, because people not only believed that particular incident in the complaint, they believed overall all the allegations that she made. And it seems the prosecution is doing just that. Now, it's interesting thinking about this. By the way, I'm going to give more updates about her testimony. So right now, Ventura said, I thought we were monogamous. The prosecutor asked, was it made public? No, I was his artist, also his family, his children, meaning their relationship wasn't public yet. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. Miss Ventura responds, how did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. So a lot of this is talking about the beginnings of their relationship. And she has to concede some points, right? She can't just say, it was a disaster at the very beginning. I hated him from the very beginning. I was under a distress from the very beginning. There has to be an aspect to it where she explains, no, I started this relationship. I was young. I was excited, but then it devolved, right? In order to be credible on the stand about the story, I think.
I agree with that. And also to acknowledge that there were benefits to her of being in this relationship. It would, at least in theory, help her career. It would get her to meet people that she otherwise wouldn't have been able to meet. So all of that is true. There's nothing wrong with her conceding that, because none of that justifies being dragged down a hallway and beaten.
Exactly. And by the way, we jumped on here on air immediately as soon as we found out that Cassandra Ventura was officially taking the stand. And one thing that makes Law and Crime a little bit different than other outlets like that is our viewers. Not only do we value our viewers, but we are making content right now purely for our viewers on YouTube. We want to give you the most up-to-date information about this case in real time. And again, we are the only channel, the only news organization that is producing content for you specifically. We value that. YouTube is where the most hard cutting edge news is coming from, and we want to get it out to you as quickly as possible. So thank you so much to our supporters. We are going to continue to take your questions for a while now, because she's going to be on the stand. So let's keep it going. Again, thank you to our YouTube audience. Jane, are there any more witnesses to Cassie getting attacked by Diddy apart from the bodyguard? I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's a videotape, so that's kind of a witness. But yes, I would imagine there are other witnesses who are going to talk about the relationship and probably talk about some of the physical stuff.
Well, they mentioned chiefs of staff. They mentioned a chef. They mentioned one of the questions from the defense yesterday was, how is this a conspiracy, right? For a conspiracy, you need 2 or more people to agree.
Yeah.
Who are the people that coordinated and facilitated this racketeering and sex trafficking operation are not criminally charged?
So I see 2 major hurdles for the prosecution in this case. One is what we've been talking about. They have to get past the idea that this is consensual behavior by other people who are behaving in a questionable fashion. They have to get past that. The second bigger hurdle to me is turning an abuse case into a racketeering case, right? Because yes, they have to prove RICO is very challenging. You have to prove a RICO enterprise. You have to prove a pattern of racketeering activity. You have to prove multiple predicate acts that are violations of separate federal laws. It is hard to sustain a RICO case. We've seen some other cases where people have tried. That's going to be a major hurdle here. The fact that he had this 10-year relationship, and even if it's arguably true, he took advantage of her, he treated her horribly, he beat her, he did all these terrible things to her. That's not racketeering.
I say that the prosecution spent so much time yesterday in their opening statement trying to explain to this jury why it's a crime. Because it's not a garden variety trafficking or racketeering case. And I think the more they have to explain it, that's a problem for them. I think it's a weakness in their case, personally. Now we have an update from court. Prosecutor asked Cassandra Ventura, what was his lifestyle like? Ventura responds, he had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. And then apparently she's shown a photo and she says, this is Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007, 2008, Halloween. How did Sean Combs' moods vary? Day to day. Now, look, he is charged with specific crimes that John Smith on the street can't meet. There is an argument here, very powerful, had all these businesses, different resources, different employees. He would be in the position to be able to carry out a sex trafficking or racketeering operation. That's what makes him unique, though.
Sure. But is that what he's doing? Is he running an entertainment and fashion industry, or is he running essentially a criminal organization?
By the way, we have a poll up right now. You can participate in it. Do you think Cassie Ventura was a victim or partner in this? Ready for this? 82%. Well, this doesn't make sense. 82% say yes. I don't know if that's yes to, I think we need clarification. 82% say victim or partner. We'll get a clarification on that.
By the way,
right now.
But that's my answer to that question.
Oh, okay. 82% say victim. 82% say victim. Maybe based on we're reporting on the testimony right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think she is a victim if the allegations are true, but also she is involved in some of the criminal act. I mean, she's getting those prostitutes, right? She's making payments to them, allegedly. She's having them come. So she's involved in some of the alleged criminal activity. And that's an interesting point that wouldn't just apply to her. Other people in his orbit might be some combination of victim and co-conspirator.
But you know what? That video changes everything, because the argument would be, what do you think happens if she says no?
Yeah.
What do you think happens if she says, I'm not in the mood for a freak off tonight. I'm not going to pay the dancer. That's what's going to happen. That video is arguably the most important piece of evidence because it sets the stage when we're talking about coercion or force. Question from Angelina. How old was Cassie when they first started dating? I think she was 19 years old. So you're talking about a 17-year age difference. That's important. I think that's an important factor if you're talking about power and control, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he's older and obviously has much more power anyway.
Sherry Williams asks, what kind of time is Diddy facing if he's found guilty? Do you want me to? I have it listed unless you want me to answer that one.
I would say life in prison, but you can tell me specifically.
So this is exactly what he would be facing. So if he's convicted of one count of racketeering conspiracy, I pulled this up because I figured people might be curious. If he is convicted of racketeering conspiracy, the top charge, that is a maximum sentence of life in prison. You know what the minimum is for that? Well, okay, so that's life in prison. Maximum sentence for sex trafficking, life in prison. You know what the minimum is for sex trafficking? 15 years in prison. And then the transportation for purposes of prostitution carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Rich, I have to tell you, I don't know about racketeering. I don't know about sex trafficking if he's going to be convicted of those. I am fairly confident he's going to be convicted of allegedly transporting sex workers with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Their argument, as far as I understood yesterday, their defense yesterday was he hired people for their time and experience.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If he gets out of this trial only convicted of transporting for prostitution, that is a defense victory. That they would take that in a heartbeat, I bet.
Because I think if he is convicted of that, he might not get 10 years. He might get, a shorter amount and time served, his time already in the MDC. I don't know, but it wouldn't be life in prison. Wouldn't be 15 years.
Yeah, he might not get full 10 years. He might not get the hardest prison term, the hardest prison life, right? He would get out. He would still have a life. He would still have his enterprise. So I think that would actually be a defense victory, all things considered.
So we have an update from court. I think she's describing what the alleged abuse was like. She talks about anger, zoning out. She was asked, how did this impact you? She says, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. She also apparently talks about psychological abuse. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. So, I do wonder that has a strong impact, because there's another case that we're covering right now. It's the Alexander brothers. And they're being charged with sex trafficking. And the argument you hear from defense attorneys is this is a very novel way to charge individuals. That if you're talking about romantic relationships or girlfriends or flings, and you're taking them on trips, you're paying for their meals, you're buying them gifts, maybe you're promising things, romantic gestures. Are we now in a position where romantic relationships are just on the line of sex trafficking, or where does it differ?
Well, here he is allegedly bringing in prostitutes to participate in these freak-offs and paying them for sexual services. So that to me would clearly be sex trafficking if it's true. It's not just about the girlfriend. It's not just about the relationship. It's about these sex workers that he is moving about.
We have a question from Trune. What about male victims? Seems like this case is solely based on women victims.
This case appears to be based on women victims. I mean, I've heard speculation too about male victims. I don't know where that stands.
Well, there's lawsuits. There's a lot of lawsuits that have been filed by male victims. And I wonder, do you think that was intentional for the prosecution to not include those in this case? I mean, why weren't minor victims? Let me say this. He has been accused in lawsuits of abusing minors. Okay. Allegations, accusations. Okay. Never been criminally charged. If you're the prosecution and you want a slam dunk case against Sean Combs and you want justice for all of the alleged federal crimes he committed, the problem with the minor victim for a defendant like that is there's no consent defense anymore. Do you think it's like we want to be as specific as possible with these charges? We don't want to make this case overly broad. The bigger it becomes, the more risk it'll fall down. Thoughts?
I don't buy that. I think the prosecution wanted as many victims as it could get, but I think the prosecution had to scrutinize every potential victim to, first of all, are they going to show up, right? We have an issue with one of the three, whether or not they're going to show up. So they had to scrutinize that. And also, how are their claims? How are they going to be on cross-examination? How is it going to play? They wanted multiple victims. The only way this case is what it is because there are multiple victims. This is not a RICO case if it's just what he did to one person, no matter how horrible it was. That doesn't get you to racketeering. So they need the multiple victims.
And that brings up a good question I have. If you read the indictment, let me rephrase that. There's been many superseding indictments.
Yeah.
It says alleged victims, right? Alleged victim 1, 2, 3, 4. But then it says victims including, like victims, many victims, including alleged victim 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that mean we're going to hear other people who are not enumerated as one of the alleged victims, but are just other victims in the case? Because I don't.
It could be. They could bring people who are other victims in the case, especially the way the case is pled, the way the case is being tried. Now, they would have had to tell the defense by now who those potential witnesses are. And I assume, well, I don't know if we would have heard about it in this particular. Usually you would have heard about it. You would see it on the docket, but I don't know.
So talking about this alleged criminal enterprise and how, based on the opening statement from yesterday, he didn't just have staff who were helping him commit the crimes, but also covering them up. Just now, an update from court. Prosecutor asked Cassie Ventura, how would he keep tabs on you? To which she apparently responds, he didn't live far apart. We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Coram, who we all know has been a central figure in this case. Maybe not the criminal case, but she's come up in lawsuits before. The prosecutor asks her, was your relationship exclusive? Ventura replies, no. If she's naming names like David James or Christina Coram, do they have to testify, you think?
I don't think they have to testify, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I would think this is all planned out, that she's going to indicate some people and then the prosecution is going to bring them in later in the trial to verify, right? One thing you really want to do with a witness like this, the defense is going to say that she's embellishing. They might say she's lying, but that's going to be a little hard to do with that video, right? They can't just say she's a liar, but they're going to say she's exaggerating, she's embellishing, they're painting it a certain way because of the case. So you have to bring in these corroborating witnesses and whatever other corroborating evidence you have to verify what it is she's saying. So it would be very useful, for example, if she says, yes, David James came around to check on me on behalf of Mr. Combs, and then David James takes the stand and says, yes, I did that.
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Well, and yesterday they talked about the defense, her lawsuit in 2023, her attorney being in the courtroom, that she has an incentive, a monetary incentive to fabricate this situation. Got a question from Daniela. By the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube about this case, about Cassandra Ventura's testimony that's happening in real time. We're trying to update you as quickly as possible about what she says in that courtroom. No cameras in the courtroom, no audio in the courtroom. So this is the best we can do to bring you her testimony in real time. Question from Daniela, 3984, talking about the video. What version of the hotel video was played in the courtroom? Was it the sped up version? Now, I believe it was portions of the surveillance video, not the CNN video, and cell phone video that was taken by the security guard who testified, Israel Flores. He had apparently taken a cell phone video of the surveillance footage to show his wife, but that became a big pretrial issue about what the jury was going to see.
Yeah. And by the way, that story was a little odd. I took a video of it to show my wife. For what purpose? I mean, that was a little strange.
Well, you're not going to believe this happened, even though he didn't report it to the police.
I think it's going to be difficult. I think the defense would like you to believe that video has been doctored somehow, but I think they're going to have trouble sustaining that.
Hey, would you like a civil law question?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is our litigator here. Question from Teodora Bodurova. Can Cassie sue Diddy again if Diddy's found guilty as charged?
So, Cassie, if you remember, sued Diddy. And that was the first thing we really heard about this. That was before the video. There was this blockbuster lawsuit in November of 2023 that really put these allegations out there. And she was very detailed. In fact, the front page of her lawsuit had a trigger warning on it. It was so detailed. That case was settled the next day. And I would have to think that the settlement included an agreement that she wouldn't sue him again for anything. Usually, if you're going to settle like that and pay the kind of money she would have gotten paid for settling that lawsuit, you get what is known as a general release. And a general release means you don't sue me for anything that happened. Now, here's one caveat. Up to the date of this agreement. Up to the date of this agreement. So then if you the next day punch me in the face, I have a new lawsuit against you.
Yeah.
Right? But at least up to the agreement, she can't go back now and say, I want more money.
Well, for the same conduct, right? I mean, if he comes out and he did something to her, or allegedly did something to her after the agreement was signed.
Yeah. Presumably they got it. And it also, like, you have to make sure the release covers all of his companies, all of these other individuals who were involved. It has to be a general release of everybody. You don't want to leave any wiggle room to have a lawsuit.
We have a follow-up question to this from Fads. So why did he settle if he was innocent?
Well, I mean, people settle all the time when they think they're not liable. People, like, with the thing that really surprised me when that case was filed is that the case was filed. Typically in a case like that, you draft the complaint and you send it to the defendant and you say, "Dear sir, please pay me a boatload of money or I'm going to file this publicly in court." And if there's any merit to it, or if just for publicity reasons, the defendant decides to negotiate and pay, and it never goes to court. So it fascinated me at the time that she actually filed that publicly and he settled it the next day. That unfortunately was pretty telling, that he didn't put up any fight on the lawsuit. He didn't even want to litigate it. He didn't even want to go to discovery. He wanted to settle it immediately.
And if he would have settled it before she filed it, I think we would have been in a very different position than we are today.
Oh, I totally agree, because that lawsuit, I think, is what sets this ship sailing.
I agree. Okay, update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, "Did you see other men?" Cassandra Ventura responds, "Yes." Prosecutor asks, "Did Sean see other women?" Ventura responds, "Yes. He said, 'I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous.' Did you move to LA with him?" "Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there." Goes to a theme from yesterday where the defense owned up and said, yeah, he's jealous, he's angry, he's violent. He engaged in domestic violence. That 2016 video is indefensible. When you hear her testify like that, does it help the defense? Does it help the prosecution? Because the defense got in front of it. They didn't say he's a saint.
Well, it helps the prosecution, but the defense did the correct thing in opening statement, and they had to do it. They didn't have any choice. I mean, the defense couldn't walk into this trial and say he's the victim of a conspiracy to invent evidence against him. That was never going to work. The thing's on video, and there's lots of other evidence. So they were going to have to say he is not a delightful guy. You people on the jury probably aren't going to like things that he did. He did engage in things we consider domestic violence, but this is a racketeering case. And I liked that about the opening statement. They made that very clear. You're going to have to judge the crimes alleged here, not whether you like him or dislike him.
The woman who has been described as the Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs' Jeffrey Epstein has just
Sorry, my mouse wasn't work there. I completely zoomed out that they were almost finished. That was rather interesting. PDD, that's not gonna be. It's not gonna be looking good for. It's not looking good for him. So that's not definitely not looking good for him anyway. The first sign of someone doing that. Lol, Zizi. Oh, you're funny. So I was gonna think now, since we've done the kind of rewatch of the Diddy trial, because we missed it. I was thinking before, because they're still not back. They're still not back. They're still doing, things that things that they are doing. I don't know what they're doing. Just they have just some stuff going on, and it's not court. So I was thinking we could watch the reporting of the Menendez brothers. So I think they are live today. I can check that out. Hang on, where are they? Wrong account. Yes, they are live right now, but what they are showing, they are just showing the courtroom. I'll show you guys. Hang on. This is all that they're showing. So right now, excuse me, it's not not what they're showing. Oh, I'm gonna lose it now, am I? Yep, I am. I lost the video that I want to watch next, but it's fine. So Oh, actually, this is actually a longer thing. Hang on, it has. Hang on, where is it? Ooh, I want to. We can watch the breaking news thing about the Menendez brothers, and maybe by that time that this one is finished, we can go back to court and they are done with it, with the yeah, with the juvenile witness. Sorry, I'm still finding words. I'm struggling tonight to talk. Apparently, that's new. Um, hang on, here you go.
We continue to follow breaking news, so we've got more information. We reported at the top of the hour that the Menendez brothers were resentenced. Now we know what that resentencing is. They've been resentenced to 50 years to life, which is what Christina Gonzalez, our reporter in the courtroom, guessed that it would be based off of where things were going. We understand that both Lyle and Eric Menendez spoke virtually, both of them in tears, pleading with the judge to resentence them, and they now have been resentenced, which means the next move in all of this will be a parole hearing where they could have the opportunity to be granted parole. Governor Newsom also can weigh in on their case. This is a live look outside the courtroom. This just happened in the last few moments. So we expect to see all the media from around the world focused on the Menendez family. When they come out, their attorney, Mark Garagos, likely will be speaking at that podium right there. We also likely will hear from the district attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hochman, who was against this potential outcome today.
So we see all of the microphones there reminding you all of that press is lined up there outside. It's a limited space in that courtroom. Our reporter, Christina Gonzalez, among the few people allowed inside that courtroom. We talked about it earlier. No cell phones. They all had to relinquish their cell phones. No cameras inside that courtroom. So she will come out and report to us as to what's going on as it continues throughout the day. We thought this was going to be a 2-day resentencing hearing starting today, meaning it would go through tomorrow. So this is a big development that we're getting some answers on this first day. We did not know if the Menendez brothers would testify themselves in the hearing. We understand, as Alex was just saying, that they spoke with the judge in this case. It is a very, very big development. This is some of the kind of news that the family and the Menendez brothers were hoping for, and that is to get a resentencing. Remember, they were sentenced to life without parole in 1989 for the shotgun murders of their parents. Now, with this 50 years to life, what does that mean as it goes now to the parole board?
Yeah, and they were, the murder was in 1989, the sentencing was in 1996. And they have been behind bars this whole time. And for many of those years, they did not think that they would have the chance of getting out. Now it looks like they've got a pretty good chance of getting out. And so what it means for the parole board, I mean, in reality, not that much, because Governor Newsom had already asked the parole board to hear their case no matter what. So this was they were getting a day before the parole board, whether this happened or not. What this does, though, is it increases the momentum as it heads towards that parole board as well. Harvey Levin from TMZ, who's been with us several times, has sort of argued for months now that this hearing was kind of irrelevant because the governor had already said, parole board, check this thing out. Ultimately, it's likely going to be up to Governor Newsom to decide one way or another in terms of their fate. But this would make it easier, I think, politically for Governor Newsom to have some of that political cover to ultimately make the decision to release the Menendez brothers. It seems like that's where we're headed in the next few months, but we will see. It's interesting to see that the people, this has all just happened, so they haven't made their way out. We expect that the family is going to be pretty emotional and pretty triumphant as they get together and try to figure out what happens next here.
Right. So with this recommendation to the parole board, it is one step as the case is being considered. You've had psychologists weigh in, people from the prison weigh in, friends and family. In fact, you heard from Christina Gonzalez about the ex-inmate who had been in prison with Lyle and Eric Menendez, gives them great credit for his own freedom. Reporter Christina Gonzalez has an update for us now. Remember, she has been inside
Yeah.
that hearing all day,
And
Christina.
you got it right, Christina. You called it exactly.
You know, and it's interesting. When I went back, it was really the brothers, one at a time. First Lyle, then Eric, were giving very impassioned pleas. They were begging for forgiveness from the judge. They were admitting that what they had done was horrific, apologizing to their families, which we are waiting for them to walk out at any moment, and we'll go to that when they do. But I mean, the family was sobbing as they were listening to them, admitting, Eric at one point admitting how lost he was, how his life, he thought it was over, but in his words, he said it was an act of service that changed him. He said he started getting involved with some of the older prisoners and their hospice program, which has now developed, and that he began, quote unquote, living with a purpose. And he said, and I wrote this down, the rest of my life, I promise you, Judge, talking to the judge, inside or outside, I will not stop helping others because it gives meaning to my life. And he said to my family, you do not deserve what I did to you. And like I said, you know, believe that you, even people who believe that they perhaps should not go free have to feel for what the family has gone through. The judge himself admitting at one point that this is a very unique situation where you have family members who are family to the victims and the people who murdered them, and are still asking for them to come out. Now they're walking out and you can see the smiles on their faces. In front is Ana Maria Baralt, and that is Garagos is being hugged by one of the men who's married to one of the cousins. They're going to be making their way to the podium that we have set up. Teresita's back there. They're just, you know, really, really, really emotional about this whole thing. They would have liked to have seen them free right away, but let's hear what he has to say, because this is definitely for them a victory. And in the words of Diane Hernandez, whom you'll see, she came up with a walker. She's coming up the back. This is the miracle that when she came up, she was asking for. So hopefully she will make it to the podium if the media allows them to, and because that's where they will speak. They're making their way again. That's Diane Hernandez. She is the sister to the mother of Kitty, the daughter of the sister to Kitty Menendez. It's a woman in the light blue, and her speech up there brought everybody to tears. So let's listen.
It really has been a remarkable couple of years. This month, actually, 2 years ago, and I don't know where Cliff went, but there he is. Hold on. Come here, Cliff. Come here. Only when Cliff gets up here.
Hey, guys.
Cliff Gardner. 2 years ago, Cliff and I were talking about another case, and he mentioned the Menendez brothers, and it was a case that I obviously had followed. And he said he had prepared, and he was about to file a pro per, believe it or not, writ of habeas corpus. 2 years ago, I said, well, you know what, Cliff, we talked about it. We enjoy working together, now have an undefeated record, continue to have. And we decided, let's do it. I don't think he, who does nothing but post-conviction work, or me, who I hate doing post-conviction work, ever thought 2 years later we'd be standing here after 35 years with this wonderful family who I've grown to love like my own family. And now we see the pot at the end of the rainbow, so to speak, or their freedom. I want to do a hat tip to Judge Jessic, who was able to cancel out all the noise surrounding this, all of the grandstanding, all of the political back and forth. And he did what the code section said he should do. He did what justice said should happen. And he struck the special circumstance, and he sentenced them to 50 to life, which means they're immediately eligible. For those who don't know, in a couple of weeks, there is already a clemency hearing set There's also a response due in the habeas next month.
Yes.
Next month. And so all bets are still on. The resentencing has happened. I actually made a call. First call I made was to Leslie Abramson. I couldn't get a hold of Leslie. It went straight to voicemail. I have long admired Leslie. I think about her often in this courthouse, actually, because one of the last trials she did was in this courthouse. She did say something a number of years ago that no amount of TikTokers was going to ever change anything. And so I was calling to tease her. And so, Leslie, I will tell you, it's a whole different world we live in now. And one of the things that I think is important is to recognize that, like the legislature has done, we have evolved. This is not the 90s anymore. We have a more robust understanding of a lot of things. And I hat tip to the family, and I'll let them, after we answer a couple of questions, speak about what this means to them. I just know that on a day like today, that redemption is possible. And to those, you saw X-rated talk today, you saw kind of the ridiculous nature of the cross-examination. You can turn anything on its head. The fact is, the Menendez brothers have done remarkable work, and today is a great day after 35 years.
Did you talk to Eric and Lyle really quick after this? What's your reaction?
I told them to call me on their burner phone.
Are you disappointed that you guys don't have to face the parole board instead of them walking free tonight?
I argued, and I still believe that they should be out.
Who are you? What's your name?
Mark Garrigus, how are you? Hi. So I understand what's happening. The governor would only have that ability constitutionally if the parole board does it. Right now, what is pending is, because it's 50 to life, they're immediately eligible. The first thing that is set is the clemency hearing, which is, I believe, on June 13th. So the clemency board, and this is something new, will make a recommendation to the governor, and then the governor will take action either before or after. So, yes, Jim.
People thought when you around Thanksgiving, you said, I want them to be home by then, and people said that's never going to happen. You said they will be resentenced. This is a huge victory for you and for the family, clearly. What do you think a realistic timeline is now to finally see freedom for the brother?
I've said ever since my failed prediction of Thanksgiving dinner that 2025 would be their year. I mean, they got caught, ironically, they'd been caught in politics 30 years ago in a DA's race. They got caught in politics now in 2024. And I'm hopeful now that Judge Jessic did what he was supposed to do. And I'm hopeful that now that the right thing will be done and they'll walk out. You know, they've got a family, and I think the takeaway for me today was that the family, their trauma has become kind of the subject of prurient interest. But they are a real family, real people who have lived through unimaginable horrors. And I'm hopeful and glad that we're one huge step closer to bringing the boys home. Thanks. Yes.
Are you concerned about the this could get held up on an appeal if they got the strong appeal?
No, I'm not concerned with that. I think at this point, the record is such that the code section calls for this. This was from my mind, this was the minimum that they should get. It also, somebody mentioned this to me in the courtroom just now. This is a decision that I think will reverberate in the criminal justice system. One of the things that we have argued all along, and what the judge said today, the judge commented today, this is one of the most remarkable, and he used that term, remarkable transformations. And he said, while the crime was truly horrific and remarkable. The 35 years since, what they have accomplished is remarkable with no hope. And we've said that since day one. And so with no hope, this encourages people who are incarcerated to make the right decisions, to take the right path. So it's just a win-win on so many levels. And I will let the family talk. I could not, yes.
Mark,
I have not talked yet to Joan, but I'm hoping I'll let the family say that. I'll let the family say that.
I let you smoke a cigarette. Mark, you have a fucking lighter.
Hi everyone.
Mark,
This is a good day.
It's Mr. Hockman's PR person. No, can you do me a favor? No, I don't have a lighter. He does right there. You're welcome. You tell Mr. Hockman does. He's right over there. He's hiding in the bushes.
We have a lot of thank yous today from the family. Mark Garagos, Cliff Gardner. Thank you so much. You have brought hope to this family that we didn't see coming.
You know, we would be remiss if I didn't thank Alexandra Kazarian, my partner who's here behind me. If I didn't thank Milena Blake and Mike Romano. Yeah, there's Milena back there. I apologize for Milena. It's got to be tough to sit at the council table and have me there kind of bulldoze my way through. So I say that I thank X-Rated for having to subject himself to that brutality, but most of all for the family. I just couldn't be happier for you guys. It really is tremendous. And thank you. Talk to them.
This is the step in the right direction, but is there any worry or hesitation at all about the brother's faith work?
Okay, yes. So, right, this is a step towards the parole process. Of course, June 13th, they will meet with the parole board. And, you know, in the state of California, it's a pretty stringent process. So we are very hopeful. I thanked Mark. I thanked Cliff. There's an entire legal team. But ultimately, we are here today with this result because of Eric and Lyle, because they chose to live their lives with clarity and a purpose of service that the judge was impressed by. And so a huge thanks to them, too, for being the kind of people that we could bring home.
What was it like for you to hear the brothers speak in their own words and say in no uncertain terms what they did before, they blamed no one but themselves, they asked for forgiveness and thank the family, and they embraced you with love for the family?
It was very moving. I think everybody in the courtroom was moved by that. They've said those words to me personally before. That was not the first time that I had heard them take full accountability for their actions, for the effect that it had on my life, and express that. So I'm glad everyone else got to hear it. I haven't talked to them yet. Yes. I couldn't really see, they're on a screen, so I couldn't really see facial reactions, but I imagine that they will be pleased from today, Yes, so for my Spanish-speaking reporters, you have a treat today, which is my cousin Marta is going to follow me, and she is going to speak to you in Spanish. So you'll get the full thing and answer questions as well for anyone who is talking and speak. And what's next? Well, we still have, we have to go through the parole process, which is going to be very difficult for the family. That is a difficult process for the family to go through. We were certainly hoping for manslaughter, time served, so that we wouldn't have to go through this process, but we will eagerly step through those doors if that means getting them home. So also I want to say a thank you before I forget to Judge Jessic for being fair, for reading the law as it was written. Like Mark said, for not getting caught up in the drama of the situation, but for simply applying the law. So grateful to him as well. I am so happy that I wore waterproof mascara is how I'm feeling, because I have been crying all day long. So these are tears of joy for sure, and we're very excited. Yeah. Thank you. Can you hold on until Marta talks? Thank you so much.
Dígame, mi nombre es Marta Cano Hallowell, yo soy hija Trina de Lyle y Eric, hija de Marta, que es una de sus tías, hermana de José.
So, I mean, unbelievable emotion and joy from a family that has been waiting for and wanting this day.
Kazarian, Melena, Cliff Gardner, all of them. This is something my grandmother Joan has fought for 35 years. I really wish she was here today, but I'm really excited to give her the news. Beyond that, I really hope that this sets the precedent for other LWOP inmates who have shown transformation and change and have done the same as Eric and Lyle, and created careers for themselves and created new hopes for themselves while they have been incarcerated. So with that, thank you for everybody's support.
All right, Diane. All right.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening.
Step up to the mic.
De nada.
¿Puede decir cómo se siente?
No, no sé, no, estoy muy feliz y con esperanza, por fin, la primera vez en 94 se me hace, fue una injusticia.
1 2 1 2 1
Y
2
hoy
1 2 1 2.
Part of this press conference, Christina.
Un milagro.
If you can hear me, the woman who's speaking in Spanish right now is Diane Hernandez. Now, she is the daughter of Kitty Menendez's sister. Very emotional woman. She has been through this from the beginning. She actually spent, I remember, she testified in both trials, and she spent a year living with the brothers at one point. She was the one who testified that while she was staying with the brothers at the house with Jose and Kitty Menendez, that they were not allowed to walk down the hallway when Jose was with one of the boys in a room. And that was her testimony back then. She has aged a little bit since then, we all have, but she still remembers very clearly and talked about that today again in the trial, about how she was not allowed to say that on the second Menendez trial because all the sexual abuse stuff had not been allowed in. And she was very upset about that. But she considers herself to this day very close to both brothers. They were their cousins. She spent a lot of time at their home, and she was a key witness during the trials. Today she got up there, and she was the one who actually brought everybody in that courtroom to tears, because she actually turned to the judge at one point and she said, I'm begging you. Her mom is very sick. Her mom, Kitty's sister, testified for the judge a while back, and the judge did that because he knew that she was very sick, as was Jose Menendez's sister, and he knew that they may not make it. So back in November, he actually took their testimony, and they taped it in case they couldn't come back, and they have been coming back until very recently. Both of them are in very, very their health is not good. And they admitted to that in court. So that what she was saying is, please, please allow them. I'm begging you, because I want my mom to be able to hug them. And that was emotional for everybody in there. You could see the brothers on the camera, on the WebEx, just, it was the first time I saw them in the kind of emotion that I have not seen from them since the first trials. So that's what's going on right now. She's actually a Spanish speaker, so she's also taking questions from the Spanish speakers. Now, I am going to toss it to Diane, so to see because I believe she has some information for us as well. Let's go to that.
Sweet. Great job, sweetie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Honore Brown.
Actually,
Anerae Brown, like the color. I'm the person they refer to as X-rated. A lot of people, there's a lot of information out there about my personal experience being incarcerated with Lyle and Eric, ultimately having them come to be mentors for me, and even me becoming a sponsor for Eric as a life prisoner with 31 to life, becoming a youthful offender, seeing the laws change, and ultimately being free. Doing the CRA exam myself, going through the board myself, I can assure everyone here that the brothers will do a great job when they get to board. I'm very proud of them for continuing in this way to lead. When I say that they're leading, what I mean is that the fact that they pursued so many different rehabilitative opportunities, that they instituted so many different programs and made it this far, is going to produce a sort of hope in a hopeless environment that people have never seen. And I know those jaded types who would like to say that this is some special thing and it doesn't apply to everyone. Me standing here being free is a statement to the contrary on that. It is, in fact, going to have a positive impact on that environment. People who wouldn't have went to rehabilitative programs, who wouldn't have done self-help because they were hopeless, can now believe that if they do the right things and that they do it with great consistency, that they can see a positive outcome similar to this. And so this is a victory for restorative justice. This is a victory for other people who have changed their lives in that hopeless circumstance, and will have an opportunity to be able to go to board themselves if they keep doing the right thing.
I have a question. If you had not met Lyle and Eric in prison, do you think you would still be in prison?
I would still be in prison, in my humble opinion. I believe that the behaviors that I was engaging in as a gang member, as somebody who was hopeless with a life sentence, I believe that I would have made my change as a result of the implementation of the law, like a lot of people have done. And ultimately, they're still there because their change can be questioned. When there's positive reinforcement, I don't like to tell people that I have something good for them when I ask them if they would like to participate, because if they knew, they might only accept the opportunity for the reward. So I like the fact that, you have people who make a decision to change, and it's an inherent thing. And I had that opportunity, and I believe that if not for Lyle and Eric, I may not have believed that for myself as early as I did, to allow me to have already been living that life when the law changed, instead of being motivated after it changed. I'll take anything that'll cause someone who's done something horrible to sincerely want to change their lives. Whatever we can do to tip that domino for them, I'll take it. However, for those who decided to do it when there was no hope, I think that's a greater statement about the sincerity of their change.
I'm curious what you thought of their statements today. This is the first time the public has been able to hear from them during these hearings. What did you hear when they spoke?
As someone who communicates with them frequently and still has spent more time with Lyle and Eric than I have with my mother, even though I've been free for 7 years, right? I knew that about them, that they had accepted responsibility, that they, even in an itemized way. So I thought it was more, because it's a very consistent thing with them.
So what was it like for you to hear the DA consistently pounding them that they hadn't accepted responsibility when you knew that they already had?
That was very challenging for me, but I think it was rewarding, the fact that after they had given an itemized statement of their insight, their remorse, very specific, what they were remorseful for, what they had insight for, how they felt about the way they'd impacted the family, for him to stand up and still repeat the fact that they had no insight, that they didn't understand and weren't accepting responsibility, highlights the fact that there was nothing that anyone could say that would have changed their tune. song. That was their song, and they were going to sing it. Yep. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Listening right there to Andre Brown, who's somebody who we've featured.
Right now, I'm gonna be jumping now to the DA side of it because I think they're talking with a bunch of people, but I'm not really like I am interested in that, but I really want to watch the DA side of it. I hope that they had the DA because the DA spoke. Oh no, they all right. So I need to find the DA side of it. I need to beat my fan to work. If I don't, he ain't working. So I cannot find. Oh, I cannot find the DA side of it. Of that. That press conference. I thought that I had there. But apparently I don't. Oh, they are back. Right. My feed hasn't kicked in. I need to find probably a new one, but they're probably gonna update soon anyway. So share this one. But this back. All right. So we're gonna go back to KR. So in one of the breaks, that if we have more than 10 minutes, we are gonna be doing the Becky Hill thing. I don't know why my feed hasn't kicked in, but let me try to find. I don't know why Core TV is always behind, but I do like it. Go inhale nicotine. I wish I had some nicotine to inhale. Oh my days, I wish I could inhale nicotine right about now to believe me. Oh, Stephanie Cole, thank you. We'll get a new fan eventually. Yeah, thank you very much. Hang on.
And I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the state?
And they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, almost seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as a mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks, you're to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Bev is not happy. I'm not happy. No one is happy. But Bev is Bev ain't happy. No, she ain't. Sorry, not funny. Definitely not happy. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Stephanie. I'm still gonna feel a little bit guilty. I'm sure I'm gonna enjoy, and it's gonna be awesome just spending time with Garden Bot and just be with him. But it's my perfection completion thing that I have. You guys know that. So yeah. Who is that very pale person sitting next to the posy they ask questions from? I absolutely have no clue. That person is a different person from the first trial, but it was always there. I have no clue, Hannah. Maybe someone knows in chat and they will reply. Hopefully they will, because I have absolutely but Lois, there's BK has a hearing on Friday as well. I will try. I'm sure I will try for sure, but I'll be okay. Just something I need to work on. Yeah. So if PK has a hearing on Friday, that is gonna be amazing. Because I'm gonna probably watch it because
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
there was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection. I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Reapproach.
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruising?
Sustained injures. I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, indeed. Lois, it's getting spicy. Becky P, hello, good morning, my friend. Hi, hello, welcome in. I was just, that was you saying exactly the same things that I'm saying today. But yeah, you were just walking into some spicy. It's getting hot in here for sure. If you were cold, well, I have goosebumps for some reason. But yeah. So we already had the nephew and the niece of John O'Keefe testifying. We did not see that, sadly. So we now technically this is the first witness for us for the day, but third witness for them that, like, yeah, because we couldn't see. And it's been definitely perfect timing. Definitely perfect. It's, well, we've watched the DD what's it called, recap. We watched a little bit of the Menendez here press conference, and we were about just to go watch the Becky Hill arraignment when they come back. So we need 10 minutes. We need about 10 minutes to watch that
Good
arraignment.
time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. And
Okay.
Sandra, you can just follow up.
Recess, of course, that she takes a recess right now. So 20 minutes, that gives us plenty of time to watch Becky Hill's arraignment, because then I've got some information already. Oh, coming from that trial. So morning recess is 11:35. So we've got plenty of time. So instead of me talking my way out, I'm gonna quickly to South Carolina on a very quick trip for the Becky Hill arraignment this morning. Hopefully the sound is fine. I have not heard this. So and then I can talk to you about the charges and the bond that she's on. So yeah. Oh no. That is not good, the termite people. I'm so sorry about that. So here you go. Let's watch the Becky Hill
He
charge
left years
thing.
ago.
Did
he? Yeah. I
Sound
don't know
might
what
not
he's
be
doing
good.
now. I thought he went to. I don't know. I don't want to guess.
Let's skip until the part that they start.
He's the epitome of a firefighter.
I don't know where
Everything right down to the mustache.
start. There you go. All right, so that was the bond hearing for Becky Hill. So she was the clerk of court for Hampton County in the trial of Alex Murdaugh. She got way too involved in the trial that she almost tempered with the jury. She wrote a plagiarized book on it, and now she's been charged with 2 counts of misconduct in the office, obstruction of justice, and in Richmond County she is charged with perjury, which is a separate thing. So she's now out on this one on 30K bond, a PR bond. Her next hearing is on the 18th of July, 9 a.m. in Richmond County. So not Richmond County, Hampton County, I think. So yeah, it was just about when I started to come on into the scene of true crime, so it's like that case. So oh, Hannah, I'm so sorry. I mean, we can talk about that later. She still has a hearing, and yes, she will have a hearing in Richmond County for that, which should be happen soon because there was a warrant out for her about it. So it should be happen soon. So she's not having a good day today. It's not a good Wednesday for Becky Hill. I would wish I wasn't Becky Hill today for sure. So there is a lot going on today. There was and then later on there was a hearing for Lori Vallow. Yes, obstruction and perjury. And so Nancy, she's crazy. Like Zizi was saying, she had a very good job. She has a very good job there. And she ruined it because of money, basically, and greed and craziness, I guess you can call it. So I am glad I'm not her either. So she was just picked up and put in jail. No way. Oh, hang on. I need information at 9:30. Oh, yes, definitely. At 9:30, she's what? Oh my dear days, are you serious? Hang on. Let me go back to you to see if there's ABC has been doing coverage. Oh no way. Right, that is the one that we just watched. And that's oh, oh, hang on. stv.com. The time was this morning about, I think, was at 9 a.m. This was at 9. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh my days, Becky, girl, you've been a busy girl this morning. Oh, come on, internet, just hurry up. Oh, of course, an ad. Of course, an ad. 20 seconds for the ad. So yes, the Menendez brothers can apply for parole. They already have a parole hearing on. Remind me the day, June 13th. I think is that day. I can skip the ad. I can skip the ad. Hang on. Let me pause. Share. Yeah, June 13th. Thank you, Pickles. Okay, let me put that here. Let's watch this. Come on, just play. Ow. Oh, really? Really? Ah, come on. Hang on. Because, oh my day, she is crazy. She's been a busy girl this morning. Hang on. I don't want you to be right back. I want you to be back now. Hang on. So, where's it? She resigned in May last year, apparently, but of course she. Come on, why are you not playing the news? I want to watch it. Oh, abcnews4.com. Okay, let's go to that one. abcnews4.com. Thank you, Ziz. Ziz skipping me on my toes. But hang on, is this separate? Oh yeah, that's the one that was just here. The one we're waiting is Richmond County. Right. Okay. Thank you, Zizzy. Appreciate it. The one we just heard was, I think, the ones, hang on, let me see. Yeah. So the ones that you should sharing, Zizzy, is the ones that we just watched. The Colleton Clerk Court, Becky Hill. The one that we are waiting is Richmond. So it's a lot. She has a lot. You got. Oh, yeah, I know. Nightbot Dictator needs to cool down. I need to talk to him. Okay, hang on. Let's share back to this. Back to Karen Reed. They are not back. Yes, she is on a 30,000 bond. So it's 10K for each charge that she has. She has 3 charges. So, yeah. Makes me want a low county boil to eat watching all this mess. Yes. I mean, this girl, she doesn't do things in half, does it? It's absolutely crazy. Um, I it's crazy, absolutely. But anyway, so Becky Hill has, well, she hasn't been arrested. There was a warrant for her arrest. She showed up. She was never technically arrested. She went straight into bond, and then she got out. So technically, yeah, orange, yeah. So technically, she didn't go to jail, but she has a buckshot. So yeah. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely, Nancy. Absolutely, that the lawyers are gonna be filing another one and filing a lot of things to him. Yeah. Yeah, we did. We heard. We tried, but the judge said it's not her problem. They need to go to Richmond County for that. So, um, that sounds amazing. Shrimp, sausage, corn, and potatoes in Old Bay and lemon. Oh, that is good. I would love to eat that. Very yummy. That sounds very, very yummy. Oh. Old Bay is that's one of the seasonings that I use the most is Old Bay. It has everything that in it that I need. It's the only thing there that I need. Oh, Garden Bot is close to home. Yay! Garden Bot is almost home. Yep. I agree there, Nancy. Absolutely. Just good about just anything. You try to solve it a bit. Yeah. But yeah. So they're gonna have to travel to Richmond to Old Bay. It's a seasoning thing. Pickles. Sorry, Hannah. You too confused. Confused. Sorry, my apologies. Old Bay. We have Old Bay. Hang on, let me get a picture of Old Bay on my phone. Um, Old Bay. That. It's a seasoning thing. So we have it like a supermarkets, obviously. That seasoning. We do only have we have the normal one, and I think we have the lemon and herb one. Yeah. It's very, very good. I definitely highly recommend it. So it's Orange Sunnyful area. I live on the shore, Maryland and crab candy. I can't. Yeah. I never had crab actually. That is something that I have never had. It's crab. I want to try, but it's expensive. I think. I don't know. I never had it, so. Um, maybe one day I'll splurge on myself and have a bit of that. That's for sure. Yeah, and you know what? There is a chicken place that I really like called Wingstop, and their base is that paprika, cayenne, and salt, and it is very, very good. But I think they put something more than that. I haven't figured it out what it is. I think I have to have it a couple more times to know exactly what it is that they put there, and then I'll figure it out, and then I'll have a lot more chicken. um so court should be back in about a couple minutes. They well uh yeah, it doesn't have egg in it. It's just a seasoning mix thing, and you should absolutely try. It's easy because it already has like some seasoning in it, so you don't have to have three separate things for the same. So you just have it there, and they go very well together. Um, Oh, okay. That's okay. Are you only use yeah, because you can eat for meat, fish, seafood, and something else. That says on the packaging, but it's actually quite good. I bought the big tub thing at Costco, of course. At Costco, I had to bring Costco in. I haven't talked about Costco in a couple of days. To be fair, I haven't gone to Costco in a couple of days too. So there you have it. Um, so yeah, it, mm, I need to try. What was it again? Let me scroll up. Oh, shrimp, sausage, corn, and potatoes. You know what, Sissy? If you can, send me that one because I might do it and just take the prawns aside because Garden Pot doesn't like um shrimps, but I might do that because it sounds very, very good. I really want to try. Oh, some oysters. Yeah, Garden Bot would not like that, the oysters part or the prawn part, but I can eat all the prawns because don't mind me. We've got everything apart from the prawns, but I can just get that at the supermarkets. I know it's not the best place to buy sometimes, but it's the only place we have it here. Um, to buy that, but definitely we'll try that. Not this weekend because we are away and I am not cooking. Yay, weekend free of cooking. But maybe the next weekend I might try that. Absolutely, because that would be a good idea for a meal. It sounds really lovely. And I have the old bay seasoning. And then I just need the prawns. That's easy. So another good seasoning is done. Oh, chipotle on burger, steak, and chicken. I've never heard of that one. Then let me have a Google. Dan oh seasoning. Sorry. Oh, hang on. Nah, I just hmm. Is it? Oh, is it this one? It seems like it is. It seems like that's the one. Um, but I might see if where do they sell it here? Hang on. Oh, what is he doing there? Ardenbot was stopped at the takeaway place. Interesting. Hang on. Let me see where can I buy this. Can Amazon? Ooh, they have different types. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, can you buy it Amazon? Yeah, I can only buy Amazon from here. Burgundy top, right? Oh, why Garden Bot did not yell at you? Oh yeah, and they did. So, John Venables will be free again. Who is that? John Venables. Why is that name familiar to me? Why is that name familiar? Who's John Venables? John Venables. I don't know what that is. Google James Bugler. Oh no! What? Are you serious, Hannah? No, he just yells. Yeah, he just doesn't remove. Yeah. So James Bugler, he was a 2-year-old when he was abducted from a Merseyside shopping centre in England in February 12, 1993. Two boys, both aged 10, led the toddler out of the Strand shopping centre in the area while his mother, Denise, was paying for shopping at the butcher's. Robert Thompson and John Venables were trading from school that day and had spent most of it hanging around the center. An image of the boys caught on a CCTV was released and became infamous with the case that would shock the nation. Wow. Are you kidding me? And he just literally got released. They are those. What? You guys, you need to Google that. Or we can cover this during the guys. That case, oh my days. That is absolutely shocker. What? Hang on. Because I saw something about that earlier. That's why the name was not unfamiliar from. Hang on. That's why the name was not unfamiliar for me. Hang on. In 1 second, I'm just trying to look at something. Oh no, okay, that's not the same case. That's another case, right? No, it's just because on the English side of things, they don't stream anything, but there has been an appeal sentencing overturned today, posted on that website. But that was something else. Something. Oh my days. Oh hi, good morning, CSD's dog's mom. Hello, sorry, I was reading something on some breaking news that Hannah told us. But hello, good morning, hi, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hope you are okay today. Yeah, I can imagine. So they get new identities on release, but I can't believe it. Was it overturned, the sentence, or was or they finished their sentence? But I cannot imagine that they finished their sentence. um oh my days, that is absolutely ludicrous. And of course court is not back on time. What else is new? Still on break, still not there. But oh my dear, wow, that is a shocker. If I had one this of 7 years in young of what in the wow. 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 That is absolutely crazy. They served 7 years. That's all they got. 7 years. By the way, what when oh yeah, the trial was in 2001. No, wait. So in 2001, Thompson and Ramos were released on life license and handed new identities protected by a court injunction ordering lifetime and what? Are you absolutely joking? March, the government was urged by MPs to hold a public inquiry into the unaliving. The government obviously said the inquiry was not necessary. Wow. So he just got released and with a new identity. This is absolutely shocking. Um, yeah, they of course they are late from the recess. So, um, oh well, it's not only the U.S. system. There's broken always apparently is too. Oh my days, that is not so good. Um, Yeah, was rearrested and resentenced on some charges. Wow. Not surprised that now he's due to be released again, obviously. So, oh, hey, Lois, CST Dog's mom says hello. And good to see you. Wow, that's absolutely crazy. That is a shocker for the day. I mean, Becky Hill was a shocker, but this one is even more shocker. Chuketh, can't even speak. And yes, court is not back, and they still out. Um, Apparently they have the mics on, but we can hear because some CC is coming through. I'll put this back on so you guys can see. Some CC sometimes like the closed captions comes through, and we can see it. But yeah, but before we get going, because I don't know if I'm gonna have an opportunity to speak with you guys. As you know, I'm gonna go away tonight for a couple days because me and Garden Bot we have a few days away, a little bit of a getaway, a staycation. We're not gonna be home. We're gonna be in a city near us, and tomorrow. Robert is able to cover the stream, but she's going to be starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, and then you guys gonna be zoom throughout the trial and everything, and she will be cover that for us. But Friday, sadly, I did not get any cover. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, even though I have an injury now. But yeah, so Rob is gonna be with you guys, and the court had to come back now. But sadly, Friday I can't. Oh, of course, she starts with the sidebar. Thank you, Judge. I actually wanted the sidebar right now because I wanted to talk to you guys. So sadly, Friday I did not find cover, so there's not gonna be stream Friday. I will be posting a video for Oh, you'll be going away too. Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy it. So we'll be back Monday. I will. Something. As I was to tell someone to get away. I will be back Monday. Oh, where? Oh, good point. Dad. Where's Paul? I don't know. Maybe moved across. Um, yeah, I know. Definitely, I will show. So I will be back Monday. Absolutely. So tomorrow you're gonna hang out with Robert. No stream Friday, and then yeah. So it's probably that's going to happen in case I don't get to speak again, because I know Robert's going to come in about an hour-ish, less than an hour, to cover the afternoon session, and then she will be on tomorrow. But yeah, more afternoon. So I appreciate you guys understanding, and I do hope you come back. um well, not necessarily, Hannah. You can get away to play videos and everything. You can just not talk and have the camera off, obviously, and you can just sometimes just say a word here and there. Yeah, he has not been a happy boy since he's been moved, maybe now moved away from all of it. um yeah, exactly. You did there. Hey, Hawkeys. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hi. Hello. Um, if you have any for TV drama, that is he's grabbing in the front road with the purple shirt. Oh, I don't know a lot of the TV drama. I know he's been in trouble and he has hearings in court about it, about the whole something that happened, maybe witness tampering, I think. But yeah. Uh I I I I'm not 100% into that. Not that I'm not into that. But I don't know morning. Um, my day is going grand to Hawkeys. I fell down the stairs this morning, sprained my ankle, have a carpet burn on my elbow. So I'm grand. I'm good now. I'm good. I'm joking. I'm good. It was I did not see some shoes that was in the stairs, and there I went, and it was dark. So that did not help either. But anyway, I am okay now. It's just a sprained ankle and a little bit of a burn, but I'll be okay. It's fine. I just need to be wrapped in bubble wrap, is what the guy says. So it's fine. Um, I am very indeed case one. I should be wrapped in bubble wrap and not being let outside of the house. Um,
Counsel.
Rise to the jury.
Exhibit II for ID.
Thank you.
we are whispering apparently.
So what is the session? Please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, Brent.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and herein to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after an incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Okay, we're going to pause right there because Katya is going to say goodnight. Unmute yourself and say goodnight, love.
Good night, everyone. I'll see you all Monday. Have a great weekend. Have a great days. And I'll be still checking in. So have a great day. Enjoy court. And I will be back on Monday. I'll see you all. Have a great weekend. So Robert will stay.
I'm
will
here,
have
guys.
fun. Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right, you have a blast. We're here. I'm starting. We're going to hit play and keep on rolling.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury's P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you
Sure.
mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it's A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P-173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P-165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you pull in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here. All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
I asked her to describe what she's doing.
So,
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I guess they're not going to let us hear anything. They're just gossiping. I don't know. I don't know what the deal with all that is. I was trying to wait and see if they were going to say anything on the record, but I guess that's a no. We're going to the ceiling fan. So, with that, I have the Brandon Boudreaux thing pulled up. I don't know when it's supposed to start, but we can watch that when it starts. I was trying to see if it would tell me when it was going to start. Give me just a second. I'm kind of looking. Okay, no, it's not going to tell me. So, you're waiting for Katya to get ready? Okay. I know what we can do. I can remove this for a minute. I can't make me big, but I can bring Lola in and let y'all see her. It's a 30-minute break, yes. So I want to bring Lola in. I'm going to turn my camera on for a few minutes, and I'm going to show her to y'all. So give me just a second. I'm going to go pick her up. You want just sausage? No eggs, Hannah. No eggs for Hannah. Hang on just a minute. Thank you, Garden Bot. Okay, guys. And my camera's not working. Of all mornings for my camera to say no, thank you. Lola. Hey, Lola. Hey, Lola. How's your baby? Huh? Mama's baby. You don't see Lola? Lola. Hey, pretty girl. She don't know how to act. She's a shy baby. That's Lola, though. Hey, baby girl. Baby girl. Okay. There's my girl. She's shy. You look at the screen like, what the heck is all this? Okay. Okay, time to put Lola down, I think. Well, I'll let her hang out with me for a few minutes if she wants to. She's just a shy little girl. Okay, let's see what we can watch. I wish this Karen Reed thing, not Karen Reed, the Lori Daybell would show. I don't know why my camera is doing this. You're okay. Let me see. Why is I'm gonna have to turn my camera. I don't know why my camera flipping out like that. Yeah, baby. Here's a good girl. So how is everybody? I know I have nothing to talk about. Look at my camera. My camera's on, freaking out. Okay, no camera. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, let me see if I can find a. Let's watch. Did they say it was a 15-minute break? 1:40. Oh no, that's a long break. That's like a 45-minute break. Okay, let me see if I can find something else for us to watch for a few minutes. Hola, hola, baby. Police chases. I don't have any technical issues, right? I don't have any police chases, guys. I know we got some Diddy trial updates we could watch. Good Lord. Everybody's doing Karen Reed. Let's see. Well, I was going to see if I could find out what was going on with Diddy trial. Now, uh-oh. Hannah's getting in trouble with Nightbot. Diddy trial says Cassie returns to the witness stand. And court's on a lunch break until 1:15. So there's nothing there. Let's see. Okay, Lola, you're gonna have to get down, baby. Let's see. Yeah, give me just a minute, guys. I'm trying to find a. Okay, let's hit the music and let's see. Turn the music off. I don't know how to turn the music off. Oh, I know, because the music is not coming from. Where is my music coming from? My music is coming from. Oh, guys. Let me just. This whole time, I thought that GardenBot turned on music in my background, and I thought we were listening to something GardenBot put up. I did. This is the long crime feed. Is it got anything? Let me try long crime feed and see if they're talking about anything. I'm sorry. I'm kind of out of it. I feel so bad even just sitting here like this, leaving y'all. Here we go. Let's do this.
talk about or something like that. He is just jotting it down, handing it off to his defense attorney, but just for the most part sitting quietly at the defense table, but not even really looking at his family for, affirmation or anything like that. He really is just very much so kind of being inside that courtroom at the defense table, focused on what the testimony is.
Very interesting. Well, Elizabeth, we are going to let you go. Court should be resuming fairly shortly, and we know you need to get back to it. Thanks so much. It's been great talking with you. We will let you get back to work. Elizabeth Milner, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to get back to your questions with our panel. We have some great guests here. Melba Pearson is a former prosecutor based down in Florida, and Tyler Bailey is a criminal defense attorney in South Carolina. So guys, first of all, before we get to more of the questions from our viewers, and they're sending in some really good ones, Melba, just some thoughts on what Elizabeth had to say.
Again, just continuing with the heartbreaking nature of all of this, because, much like Elizabeth, I was a huge Diddy fan back in the day. This is a couple that we followed on socials. And again, you had that glamorous image and you really thought that this was, a great couple. And then, okay, they broke up, whatever. No clue the horrors that were going on behind closed doors, and everything that she endured is just, it's just gut wrenching. And it also kind of makes us kind of, I guess, as fans feel guilty that, wait a minute, we were supporting this monster all along. I mean, I think folks kind of felt the same way in the wake of R. Kelly and all of those allegations coming out and then his eventual criminal conviction. But I think it's just, again, it's a gut check in terms of worshiping celebrity and sort of like who you follow and what the real story is, and the fact that they are human and subject to all the human frailties, both good, bad, and indifferent.
Yeah, I think this is a good reminder that no matter what you see, these pictures on social media, Tyler, whether you think Sean Combs is actually guilty of a federal crime, you never know what is going on behind closed doors. And obviously, it's very evident there was domestic violence here.
Yeah, and what I found really interesting about what Elizabeth just told us was the lack of emotion that she could see from the jurors. We know about Mr. Combs and these allegations, and they're hearing this horrendous testimony and live in that courtroom, in that solemn courtroom, by a competent AUSA who's prosecuting this case. And she said she did not see much emotion from the jurors. I don't want to read into that too much, but that could be that the jurors are really doing their job and taking in all evidence and not rushing to an early conclusion, that they could have been aware of what they were going to see and they weren't shocked by what they're seeing and hearing. But it's real early in the case, and we'll see what that means later on.
Yes, we will see. We will see. Let's get to more of your questions now. This one is from Corey Evans. Melba, do you believe this trial warrants the government spending millions of dollars solely to arrest him for participating in a few freak-offs? I think the government would say it's more than a few freak-offs.
Yeah. I've heard a number of comments around that. And again, let's remember, we all have sisters, mothers, aunts, women that we care about. And I think that it is critical that the government, whether it be on the state level or the federal level, takes these types of cases seriously. Because again, it's not just about a couple freak-offs. It's about the fact that someone was brutalized and forced against their will to go different places and perform sex acts. That's not okay. So yes, absolutely. I think that the government should be spending millions of dollars to let folks know that it doesn't matter how wealthy you are or how broke you are. If you are abusing people, you need to be held accountable. Period. End of story.
Our next question is from J. Mack, Tyler. Diddy's lawyers in court documents has stated he has a tape on Cassie trying to extort Diddy for money. If she's caught doing that, what happens, or the tape proves exactly that? So this would be possible impeachment evidence.
Yeah, it'll hurt her credibility. Right now, you just heard Elizabeth say that she seems to be doing a good job giving her testimony that she seems very believable. But during cross-examination and possibly as impeachment evidence, if they pull out this video, I think it could show the jurors another side of her. And I think that's exactly what the defense is going to do. They have to show the jurors another side of Miss Ventura. As we said earlier, she's 8 months pregnant. She seems competent. She's a beautiful woman who went through horrendous things. And the defense has a job to defend Mr. Combs and hopefully, in their view, get him acquitted. And by doing that, they're going to have to pull out all punches with a velvet glove, with a hammer, or whatever they see fit. But they're going to bring this out.
I want to mention too, we've been asking our viewers some poll questions in the YouTube chat. So one of the poll questions we've asked is, do you believe Cassie Ventura's versions of events? 88% of the voters in the chat say yes. 12% so far are saying no, they don't believe it. So the lion's share of the voters believe Cassie. Our next question is from S. Lee. Melba, this one's for you. How does Cassie's testimony at trial affect her settlement agreement? And I'm assuming this is referring to the civil lawsuit. And of course, there was an NDA probably attached to that. So where they probably promised not to speak about this publicly and that type of thing. But oftentimes, you know, NDAs, when it comes to testifying in court, that doesn't, you know, that supersedes an NDA.
Yes, absolutely. So first off, whatever settlement agreement they had, you know, one would assume the money's been paid or a down payment has been paid, whatever the case may be. So that is pretty much concluded. Now, in terms of the NDA and her being able to testify, again, a government subpoena is a government subpoena. If you disobey a government subpoena, you can be held in contempt of court. So the NDA does not hold water when it comes to being subpoenaed to speak in court about, you know, a particular issue. However, how it would come into play is that the settlement may not necessarily be the feature or be discussed in the trial as a general premise. What's going to be discussed in the focus would be on all the underlying issues that were raised in the civil suit, so to speak.
Let's get to another question. This one is Wolves in France. Is Diddy in civilian clothes in court? I'll take that one very quickly. The answer is yes. So he is in civilian clothes. Tyler, I want you to add to that because Sean Combs' appearance in court is very different from what we're used to seeing from Sean Combs on the red carpet. He's not wearing a suit. He's got white hair because I guess he can't get hair dye in the MDC. He's wearing like a sweater and slacks. I mean, they're going for like the Mr. Rogers, I'm a dad, I'm in my mid to late 50s kind of look. So that's all by design.
Yeah, it's by design, but also, you know, he is in the detention center right now, so he can't dye his hair. Pretty sure he's not used to living this quality of life that he's experiencing. He probably would prefer to have his hair dyed. If I'm just from the Sean Combs that we have grown to know through what he's portrayed to the media. And I think that's a big contrast to the star personality that he's portrayed over decades now and what you're seeing of Miss Ventura, who clearly still looks like a star while pregnant. It could help Mr. Combs's case, having him come off a little more sympathetic. But I mean, Bill Cosby was America's uncle or grandpa for years, and that didn't help him.
This is true. And remember, he always on the Cosby Show wore those sweaters and everything. And then look what happened. So, you know, the clothes can mean something in court, but sometimes they don't. So let's go now to one of our updates from court, which I think is an interesting one that could play into one of our questions, Melba. One of the last things that Cassie Ventura testified to before they broke for lunch was the fact that she took Valium before freak-offs. And she was asked by Emily Johnson, when would you take Valium before a freak-off? And Cassie Ventura responded, when I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think. So his driver, a staff member, is bringing her Valium. I would assume maybe prescribed, maybe not. Valium is something you don't really hear much about anymore. But one of the questions from one of the viewers was, you know, Marissa Monroe is asking, do you think other people will be charged? And I'm assuming that's referencing staff of Sean Combs who are allegedly part of this RICO enterprise.
And again, got to give the legal answer. It depends. It depends what evidence they have against these individuals. It depends the statute of limitations. So if this is something where it's a matter of, okay, you're giving out, drugs without a prescription, right? That may be something that carries hypothetically a 5-year statute of limitations. If this is something that happened back in 2010, I mean, the statute of limitations is run. So that may be a situation where it doesn't necessarily make the most sense to go after somebody for that. And also there's the argument of knowledge, because again, if the person was handed a bag, hey, give this to Cassie, and they didn't know necessarily what was in it, that's a little bit different than the driver going out and actually procuring the drugs from a dealer and bringing it to Cassie. So it all depends on what the facts are. But in all likelihood, unless somebody provided very material assistance in terms of moving people or something like that, they're likely, I don't think anyone else is likely going to be charged. And again, to refer back to Bradford's point from earlier, the question would be, if they end up cooperating with the prosecution, then that's another way to avoid criminal charges.
Let's go to another question. This has been something that's come up quite a bit. Other celebrities and, other celebrities who may have been privy to these things, may have been a part of these things. And really everything we're hearing right now, Tyler, it sounds like this is Sean Combs, his romantic partners, and then sex workers brought into this. So we're not hearing really about other celebrities being brought into this, but Coolio Cats ASMR is asking, will Justin Bieber testify? And that's something, Justin Bieber's name has come up obviously quite a bit, but I don't think we've seen his name on any witness list.
Yeah, I have not seen his name on anything. We have heard about Michael B. Jordan and Kid Cudi, and supposedly that Kid Cudi could give some testimony about a brief relationship that he had with Ms. Ventura and his car allegedly being blown up shortly after Mr. Combs found out about the incident, showing some circumstantial evidence that he could possibly have orchestrated that car bombing. But I have not heard anything about Justin Bieber testifying, but there could be other celebrities who could show up in other fashions.
Let's get now to some of the things that happened in court after they broke for lunch. There was some talk off, outside of the presence of the jury, about videos on devices and things like that. The defense, Sean Combs's defense team, was saying, we just heard this morning about videos on his devices. This is relevant. Assistant U.S. Attorney Slavic responded, we can agree to more, something less than 10 pages. Hecker Fink, and for the witness known as Mia, so Hecker Fink is the lawyer for Mia, said there is a jury instruction about the victims. Then the Hecker Fink lawyer said, Mia would have taken this to her grave. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain, what she went through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. So we have a victim here that sounds like who may be set to testify, who's having a very, very, very difficult time. The judge responded, we are trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say or not to say. Anything else okay? Would that be acceptable? The Hecker Fink lawyer responded, I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it,
Keep
then
driving,
did I
don't text
forget
and drive.
something? I worry. And then there's another add-on to that. Now to counsel, Jane Doe says, I am worried that Jane Doe will not know what she can ask me. So the judge says, as long as you don't coach testimony. And then Douglas Wigdor, who is Cassie Ventura's lawyer, responded, I have nothing to add. So the judge responded, we have spoken with each attorney, and responded with that response to Sean Combs's defense team. So it sounds like we have a witness or two who are victims in this case, who are having a really tough time and are really, really nervous about testifying. That's not unusual, I think, in a case like this. It's a high profile case, Melba. Even if there aren't cameras in the courtroom and they're being identified by pseudonyms, they have to go into court and testify about this in front of Sean Combs, and they're saying they were victims of sex trafficking.
Well, yes, because to get on the stand, I mean, again, folks don't always realize the amount of trauma that comes from being a survivor of a crime. And sometimes that trauma is compounded by getting on the stand and having to talk about it, having to have to relive it. You may have been able, you as a survivor may have been able to kind of put it out of your mind and, shove it down into the deepest recesses of your being just to be able to get through each and every day. But now you're being asked to bring all of that back up and talk about it again in front of strangers. Think about maybe your partner might be there to give you support, or a friend or family member, but they may not even know the full extent of what you went through. And if the things you're talking about are incredibly degrading, like what we've heard from Cassie over the course of the last day and a half, that's, again, that level of embarrassment, that shame, and the fact that you may have stayed in this relationship too long, or that you stayed employed with him for too long despite this kind of abuse going on. And of course, lastly, that fear factor in terms of the intimidation, because Sean Combs has been quite prolific in the way that he's been able to maintain control over the people in his orbit. So to confront him and then break that control and be able to say he is the person who victimized me is in and of itself terrifying, in it not even talking about the actual experience of being violated time and time again. So I just know that these survivors need as much support as they can in terms of testifying, and more importantly, in terms of the fallout after they get off the witness stand and have to now rebuild their lives and move forward.
Let's get to another question. Tyler, this one's for you. It is from Rando_Calrissian. This is a racketeering case, not a domestic abuse case, right? So it sounds like Rando's got some questions about, we're hearing all this testimony about obviously domestic violence, but he's questioning, where's the RICO here?
Yeah, it's a racketeering case, and it's still early in the prosecution's case. I think they're laying the foundation. They're starting off with a strong witness in Ms. Ventura. They're showing that they traveled internationally across the country, from Los Angeles to the Hamptons and Miami, where they've engaged in freak-offs, assisted through escorts, and also others who provided not guns, but drugs to Mr. Combs and also to Ms. Ventura. So they're showing that this is an enterprise, that this is not just one incident in a hotel lobby, but it's more, there's a system in play or machine in play that Mr. Combs is at the driving wheel or the helm of. And it's early in the case. We don't know what these other victims are going to say. And one thing I want to add to what was previously said, these victims who are testifying do need support, but it's also important to remember that, Mr. Combs has a right to face his accusers and have them cross-examined under the Confrontation Clause and under constitutional rights. So, I think this judge is doing a good job trying to make sure these victims feel safe testifying. But at the end of the day, Mr. Combs is the one who's on the other side of the V, on the other side of the government's prosecution. He has a right to see these witnesses who are going to testify against them and cross-examine them.
100%. I mean, he has rights just like any other person on trial does in this country. Our next question is from Lee. And, I don't know if you could answer this one, Melba. It's a question I have too, but why are there no cameras allowed in court? And I kind of wish that the federal courts would, I don't know, get with the times a little bit and allow cameras in, but I don't understand it. Why are cameras not allowed in federal court?
I don't have a concrete answer for that. My guess would be in terms of the level of cases and how sprawling they can be. There's concern maybe about witness tampering or revealing the more about the different witnesses that are appearing in support of or as part of the case. So that would be my guess. There's kind of shroud of not secrecy, but I think just more protectiveness because of the types of federal cases and types of trials they deal with. Of course, the same argument could be made for a state level homicide case. So, but yeah, I don't really have a solid answer as to why that is. But yeah, I agree, there should be cameras.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because, federal courts just don't allow cameras in court. Neither does the U.S. Supreme Court. It's frustrating, but at least the U.S. Supreme Court, you'll get an audio feed. So that's really nice. We don't get an audio feed from federal courts, unfortunately, but maybe someday. We're very hopeful. Let's get to some more of our questions here. We've got some great questions still coming in. Keep those questions coming to us, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Jasmine Dominique asks Tyler. So his chief of staff, and this is Christina Coram. This is somebody we've heard about quite a bit. So his chief of staff is not responsible for anything. And Christina Coram finally put out a statement, I believe, to CNN a few weeks back, several weeks ago, saying she wasn't a part of any RICO anything. But she was somebody he described as his right hand. I mean, she was his chief of staff. So why aren't we seeing her maybe brought into this in some respect? If Sean Combs is running a RICO enterprise, where are the rest of the members of the enterprise?
Oftentimes you have people who are engaged in a lifestyle that's not known to everybody else. If Sean Combs was really concerned about this getting out, and his chief of staff was who handled his legit business, it's pretty likely that he wouldn't share some of the intimate aspects of his freak-offs, the illicit drug use, the domestic violence between him and Ms. Ventura to his chief of staff. He would lean on security personnel, bodyguards, other people who may have been in the business, who may be more used to dealing with the underworld, securing guns or drugs and escorts. And his chief of staff could have been handling his legitimate business. And I can see that. Just think about the Alex Murdaugh case. He was a lawyer, he had partners, but they did not know he was involved in all the drug dealing or drug use and things of that nature. It happens more oftentimes than you think.
Let's get to our next question. Bailey Lasker asks, and I guess this is for all of us, so we can do a little bit of a round robin here. What do each of you think on the panel? Do you think he's likely to be found guilty on all charges? Or does this sound more like domestic violence to you? Please give us your opinions. So Melba, I'd like to go to you first. I mean, we're only on day 3 here. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think that there's going to be a conviction. I don't think it's going to be a conviction on all charges. Now, can I say which ones more so than the other? No, but I do think that he is going to be convicted, probably in terms of what happened with Cassie. Because again, at this juncture, she's an incredibly compelling witness, and she really laid out that she was, her telling, she was forced to engage in these freak-offs. She was forced to go to these different locations and all of that. And just right there on his face, that would be transportation for the purposes of prostitution, of sex trafficking. So I could see 1 or 2 of those charges being convictions. In terms of the racketeering aspect, gonna have to see more on that.
Tyler?
We're real early in the case, so the defense has not even put up their case. Ms. Ventura has not been cross-examined, but I also believe this is probably going to be a conviction. I'm a lawyer, so I have my lawyer hat on, but if I was a regular juror and I've been listening to the prosecution paint Mr. Combs out as a monster, I may not even be able to think so analytical to get around all the elements for racketeering. And I could just think, look, this guy is guilty. He needs to be put beneath the jail. Let's just find him guilty. We've been out here for 3-4 weeks. Let's go home. That's a realistic possibility, but the defense still will have their opportunity to cross-examine these witnesses, put up any evidence that they have, and they may be able to secure acquittal on some of these counts. But I find it hard, a hard chance of Mr. Combs walking away a free man at the end of this trial.
Mm-hmm. I think it's too early to say, personally. I think the transportation for purposes of prostitution, I mean, that seems like an easy one. The other stuff, I still need to see more evidence. So I'm waiting to see more evidence. It's day 3, so I'm reserving judgment on everything else. Let's get to our next poll that we're running right now. Do you believe Diddy's actions in the 2016 surveillance video were abusive? 95% say yes, 5% say no. Wow. So I don't know if that's not abusive, I don't know what is, but I think even Sean Combs admitted that was abusive. So keep your votes coming and your questions coming. Jay Gwen asks, what is the legal description, Melba, of racketeering?
Ooh, okay. So
while you think about that, I'm going to go to Google.
Right,
I kind of know. I mean,
exactly.
it's organized crime, basically, is what racketeering is.
Right. I mean, so to be clear, my practice is state level, and I deal with dead people. I deal with homicides. That's my thing. But racketeering is basically when you have somebody who is orchestrating crimes. So think of it in the context of the mob. That's where racketeering, RICO, the RICO statute actually came from, was mob prosecutions, where you have a kingpin that, while they're not getting their hands dirty themselves, they are directing their underlings to go kill someone, go rob someone, all of this in the furtherance of their criminal enterprise. So that's why I think the mob example is usually the easiest way to think about it, because again, you have a kingpin who is benefiting from homicide, fraud, all of that, but they themselves are not getting their hands dirty and doing the dirty work. They have other people to do it for them. So in this particular instance, he would be the kingpin, he being Diddy, and his thing is that he wants to, have these freak offs, and so he directs people to go procure the sex workers, which again is illegal in and of itself, then going ahead and procuring the drugs, and then transporting all of these people to whatever location, and then taking care of the logistics for all of this to happen. While he himself was not doing it, he put it in motion and was benefiting from it altogether.
And just so that was a very good description of it. Racketeering, RICO, it's a federal charge, but there are also state RICO charges, and it did originate with the mob, with the mafia, and it stands for Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. And really, it involves any time an organization is used to commit crimes. And in this instance, the government is alleging that Sean Combs used his businesses as basically a front to further his crimes of sex trafficking and transporting people for purposes of prostitution. So they're saying basically he used his businesses and his staff to engage in all of these crimes. Even the thing with Kid Cudi's car, allegedly trying to blow that up or whatever, because of his relationship with Cassie. So there's going to be a lot. And it's funny with this case, we don't really hear about the RICO aspect of it, but it's a very serious charge. So that's what RICO is and what racketeering is. Here's another update we have from court. This was a discussion that happened outside the presence of the jury. There's something about binders. They need more time to print binders. The judge said they'll take a break. They're still in a lunch break. It sounds like they need time to print out a bunch of evidence. So I'm wondering what that could be. Are we talking text messages? Are we talking things like that? There was one thing that was presented earlier, and Tyler and Melba, I'd really like to get your thoughts on that before we take more questions from the viewers. But there was an email presented as evidence earlier today, and it was an exhibit. It was very interesting. It's an email from March 5th, 2016, and it's from a member of the security staff at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. And basically, it lays out this person's experience and what happened with viewing that security footage of Sean Combs chasing Cassie out of the room and seeing her being beaten and dragged back to the room on the tape. And this is a 9-year-old email. It's a little more than 9 years old. And this security person is literally talking in this email about how Sean Combs offered him what he called a bribe. So that backs up. That could be considered part of the RICO evidence in this case.
Yeah, I believe it is. I believe it definitely could be used as evidence to support the prosecution case for a RICO. Bribery, extortion, using other resources of individuals affiliated with the organization to further a crime. That all goes to support it.
Melba, how do you feel about that?
I agree.
Yeah, you agree. Okay, she agrees. She concurs with you. You guys agree. Got a former prosecutor and defense attorney agreeing on some evidence here. Let's go now to some more questions. We have Danny. In such a high-known celebrity case like this, how do they go about selecting the jury and its process? Is it even at all possible for someone not to know P. Diddy and the allegations? Oh, that's a good question, Melba.
Yeah, so the goal when you select a jury in this type of case is never that, oh, you've never heard of Diddy, you've never heard of Bill Cosby, you've never heard of Harvey Weinstein. It's despite you having heard of them or knowing of them, whatever the case may be, can you put aside what you know and focus on the evidence that's being presented in the courtroom? And have an open mind and listen to everything with an open mind and make a decision based on what is presented in the courtroom, not your own personal opinions, not what you saw in a movie, in a video, or what you read on an entertainment blog or something like that, but only based on what happens in the courtroom. So that is always one of the key questions in any jury selection, where it's, can you be fair and impartial? Is there anything about this case that would not make you a suitable juror? So for instance, if you're a survivor of sexual assault, this may not necessarily be the trial for you, because again, it's going to be hard to put that experience aside and just focus on the evidence without being triggered. So I think that's where both parties are, well, what they did do during jury selection was to look at those other aspects, not looking for somebody who had never heard of this famous person.
We have another question, Tyler. And I know you're a defense attorney, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this. This is from Harlow. Any chance prosecution will bring in an expert in victimology? So important in this trial. Victimology is typically in criminal cases, that's like a study of, the victim. But I'm thinking Harlow is talking about victims, like a testimony about victims of domestic violence.
Yeah, I think the prosecution could bring in an expert to talk about a battered person syndrome and things of that nature. But I will say the more experts that the prosecution has to bring shows that their case is not possibly as strong as they're making it out to be. Jurors should not need the testimony of an expert from the prosecution simply to believe the prosecution's witness. Mr. Combs is the one, most times defendants or defense lawyers, we're looking for an expert sometimes to further our client's case and getting them acquitted. But when the prosecution needs an expert so that a jury would believe their own star witness, I think that's starting off bad for the prosecution. I don't think they need one. I really don't. I think the facts speak for themselves. I think that everyday people understand what it is like to be in a relationship with somebody. It's hard for people who are happily married sometimes to leave each other. Imagine if you're abused. I mean, that's the only fact they need to show that to a juror, to show that she's caught in the cycle. An expert could help, but I don't think it's really necessary.
Our next question is from Carol Woodward. Melba, how did Cassie ultimately escape from Diddy?
Don't have a firm answer on that. My understanding is that she left around 2018, and that's when she started dating her current partner, Alex Fine, and that they got married in 2019. So somewhere in 2018, it appears that she was able to leave Diddy's web. However, based on the testimony that may be coming up in some of the legal arguments that we heard just after jury selection, there is a possibility that there was a sexual assault by Diddy on Cassie during that time frame, which Alex Fine, her partner, may have been aware of. And so that's why there was this whole concern about him being present in the courtroom for that part of the testimony, because he may be called as a defense witness, because apparently he did threaten Diddy as a result of things that happened with Cassie. So think it was somewhere in 2018, but I'm sure we're going to hear a bit more as time progresses in this case.
Yeah, I thought in her civil suit she had talked about that she had tried to leave. Every time she tried to leave, he would be able to find her, and then there was something that he kind of pushed the door open to her apartment at one point and sexually assaulted her. This was at the end of their relationship, while their relationship was ending. So there was some point there where things ultimately ended. Let's get to a couple more questions. Let's see. Birdie Bird. So if Diddy is guilty, Tyler, will he be in jail for life?
If he's found guilty on most of these charges, I don't see him getting out. I think the judge would sentence him probably on the higher end of any discretion that the judge has. He may be in prison for the rest of his life, but we never know what the appellate process could look like. There could be a new trial that's given, or he could get off some other type of way. So it's really no way of telling, but there is the ability for him to be in jail the rest of his life. But we all live our lives and not knowing when our day or number will be called. So there's really no telling.
Our next question is from Rando_Calrissian, Melba. When did drug orgies become a criminal enterprise?
Okay, so I wouldn't say that drug orgies as a general premise are a criminal enterprise, but if you have a situation where people are being coerced to participate, because let's be clear, if this is something between consenting adults and you all choose to go to a sex club or whatever the case may be and engage in that behavior, that's a completely different discussion. But when you have an aspect of coercion, when you have people that are being transported against their will, and when you have people that may be forced to use drugs against their will, again, you would think, oh, you could just say no. But if the person is threatening you or you feel your safety is at risk, and that's the reason why you take the drugs, now we're into the realm of criminal activity. And then again, we're looking at the issue of RICO and racketeering if somebody else is the puppet master, if somebody else is orchestrating all of this and forcing people from one jurisdiction to the other for the purposes of illicit activity. So
here's our next question. Sharada Ramanathan is asking, is her testimony, Cassie's testimony today, evidence of the primary charge of trafficking, or will that unfold in the coming days? Tyler, your thoughts?
I think more will unfold in the coming days. I think that the prosecution is using Ms. Ventura to lay the foundation of all the aspects of the case. If you think about it, Ms. Ventura's multi-year relationship with Mr. Combs really shows the entire case of what the prosecution is bringing. We see transporting Ms. Ventura to different countries across the country. We also see escorts who are being used. We've even heard about firearms earlier and drugs. So every other witness should be able to give more evidence towards what the prosecution is saying Mr. Combs did. And I think Ms. Ventura is just the icing on the cake to get things started with.
Well, we will see where it goes from here. Tyler Bailey, thank you so much for being with me. Melba Pearson, thank you so much for being with me as well today. It's been so much fun hanging out with both of you. So we'll sign both of you off. And everybody, thank you so much for being with me as well. We wouldn't be able to do the show without you. It's been great hanging out with all the viewers. And we wouldn't be able to do the show without our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. They are a huge, huge law firm that is a sponsor here at Law and Crime. They represent personal injury victims. And in the last few months alone, Morgan & Morgan has won some really big verdicts, like a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $13 million verdict for a wrongful auto death.
Oh, hush, Aunt Jeanette, hush. We don't want to hear nothing about Morgan & Morgan. Goodness gracious. We're almost back to Karen Reed. We're almost back to Karen Reed. This is 1:40. It is 12:38 my time. So 2 minutes. So hopefully we'll be going back live. Yeah. I know. I've been muted. I should have been talking instead of typing. I'm just kind of in my own world today, but I want to help Katia out. I know she's tired. I know she wants to go on her trip, and I'm so happy for her that she's going to have some time away and stuff. I've just been in my own little world with my little knee issue I've been dealing with, and it's been keeping me from doing things that I'd really like to do, and it's been very stressful to not be able to walk around and do things like you would normally do. And yeah, it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. So let's see. Let me see. Hang on. See bookmarks. I wanted to share this. I don't know if y'all saw this yet or not. But this idiot, this is in Houston. This is in Houston. He's towing a car. There's a string. They are towing a car in Houston down the freeway. On the freeways of Houston. This is unreal, unheard of. You do not tow a car backwards. Look at this insaneness. This is unreal. Everybody, yes, in Houston, no lie. No lie. I wanted to share that. Yes, William, that's the insanity of drivers in Houston. This is why I say you always be careful when you get in your car. It doesn't matter where you are, because you don't know what's out there. You don't know what those other drivers are going to do. It is so scary. Exactly, Stephanie. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. And all I could think of, right. Case one. A repo gone wrong. I mean, what is what's wrong with these people that they would, I mean, yeah. And when I seen that yesterday on social media, all I could think about was, the fact that anybody could be out there on that freeway driving, and this person come up, to the side of them, all that swing around, it could swipe somebody, it could kill somebody. And you could never know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Accidents are just that, they're accidents, but this is an accident waiting to happen. It's waiting to happen. And I can't believe that, I hope that cops stopped him or something. I don't know whatever came of it, but oh, did it? I didn't even see that. I didn't see about the dealer tags. I didn't pay that close to. No, it was with a chain. It was with a chain, and backwards. So let me see. I'm gonna pull it up again, just because I'm crazy like that. Bookmarks. You can see there is a chain. You can barely see it. Hang on. I don't know how to make it big again. There, I paused it. You can barely see right at the back of the car. I know. Let me see. Does that have dealer tags on it? It does have dealer tags on it. But there is a chain. I mean, you're driving down the freeway and you see this. I mean, the mirror is hanging off. So it's hit something. People are screaming at him flying down the freeway. How exactly? How I don't know. I don't know what was wrong with these people. I don't know. And that's all I can think of is, anybody, my husband could have been going to work during that time of day, and been swiped by an idiot like this in Houston. That's what I'm saying. People they have no compass of how to drive sometimes. You could hear people yelling at them, hey, y'all slow down, in the background of all that. And you would think, that they would say, oh, okay, yeah, unfazed by it as well. Exactly. It's like, that's why I worry every day, you get out there on these roads, you just never know. You just never know. You never know. Okay, I'm going to play I wish we had touch grass. Oh, we do have touch grass. Let's play touch grass a minute.
You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse. Capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. More than stories that keep you up at night. Ground yourself, find the light. Everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass. You'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away. It's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass.
And just in time, y'all see that? The fan came back on. Just in time. They must be listening to our music. That was awesome. I know, that's my jam too. I love it. I love it. I sing it in my sleep sometimes when she plays it, and I'm half asleep in the morning, you know. Gotta run to the bank. Oh. Well, Stephanie, we'll still be here, love, if you gotta run to the bank. I'm sure we'll be here for a few more hours. You know, this is Karen Reed. They go till 4 their time. So, yeah. You see Karen Reed dancing to it? Could you see her? I could too, William. I could see her out there singing, Touch Grass. I know, Stephanie. It's frustrating. I remember having to deal with all that stuff previously. I know, wait. Yeah, exactly. William's giving you advice, Stephanie. Stay away from tow truck drivers or any cars being pulled down the freeway, whether it is forward or backwards. Yeah, see, Steph, you got love here. Don't worry about it. You got this. You got this. Okay, come on, OnlyFan. At least we're not looking at the cracks in the ceiling this time. We're actually looking straight on at the fan, making us dizzy. Me too. Me too, K-Swan. yeah, I think they need to just let her go home and stay away from everybody I can on the roads of Milwaukee. It's a simple transfer by affidavit. I swear I'll be lost without you guys. Aw, we love you, Steph. We love you. I know, but a simple transfer by affidavit is sometimes not easy. You know, banks are difficult. I've been through all that. We just set up my stepson, his disability. You know, he's autistic, and we set up his disability account at the bank, and that was, you know, that's kind of like pulling teeth too, trying to get, you know, somebody set up with their own account, and it's all that. Oh my God, it's a mess. I hate banks. I hate dealing with banks, but they got our back. So yeah, think of the positive side of it. Simplicity of life, to go take that little card and go stick it in those machines, and it gives you money. That's the fun of it all. Okay, well, the fan's on, but I'm going to go ahead and play Touch Grass one more time. And maybe it'll bring them in.
Always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse. Capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. More than stories that keep you up at night. Ground yourself, find the light. Everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass. You'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away. It's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night. got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to dive. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush.
Okay, we got movement. Okay, I think court's back, guys. We got movement.
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers of packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't need to display anything. Just provide
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just get in here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach? Yes. I'll take that.
Thank you.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
After you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. Is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to form of P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, could you take a look?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, remove these 2 photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022. Do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witnesses? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation to offer you that evidence. Next in order.
Exhibit 154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient for the last one. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need that for us.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Leslie, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this as-
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Sallyport at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With Your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it was significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Okay.
Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them. So I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Viewing a video.
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the left that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present if there was DNA present on that swab. It would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow it down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow it down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know your concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did?
Sustained without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again,
Sure.
please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
and you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, right?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. Okay. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1 B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to these, we can go back to the, none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sallyport on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29th. You come to the Sallyport on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes. Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, so Ms. Hartnett can see what okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date, and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay. If you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolk, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what
Sure.
you're talking about, and we won't give it a name,
Okay.
right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair. Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay,
That would be helpful to you answer your questions. Happy to do it.
potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we could zoom in if possible to each one so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of the
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I
Sure.
think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Okay, we're on a sidebar. I know somebody's gonna get yelled at. It's a sidebar. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see. Sorry, it took me a minute to get back to my desk. I was, I don't know. They went to a sidebar for something. I don't know. Let's see if we can find out. Let's scope out the X because, you know, they got all the good stuff. Let's see. See if they posted anything. No, nobody's saying anything. Wonder how long this sidebar is going to be. Right? No, Anna. Anna, it's not you. Beautiful defense. Maybe you're done. You're checking out case one. If you had enough for today, love, we're going to watch the family. Oh, no. Sorry. I didn't mean to take myself off the stage. Nightbot picks on you. I know. Let's see if my camera will work. See, look, my camera's got me frozen at a weird place. I don't know what's wrong with my camera, guys. I don't know what's wrong with my camera. Oh, you're checking out at Walmart. I was like, you're done. You're leaving us. Have you had enough of this shit for one day? Okay, sidebar's over.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If
Wait.
you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us
What?
know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow.
They're leaving for the day?
We want her at the end of the day.
They're leaving for the day. Okay, let's see if they say anything after they release the jury. And then, I know, Hannah, WTF. Okay, but if they release the jury, what we're going to do is I have the...
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to switch over and we're going to watch... Right, Beth needs her drink. Okay, no, I have the Lori Vallow pretrial hearing for Brandon Bendreau pulled up. Hannah. I'm making sure you're still here. Don't go nowhere. I found it. Of course, Court TV lost their feed and whatever, so I ended up finding it back over here on Fox 10 Phoenix. So it is a 30-minute hearing, and we're going to watch it. I can't turn my camera on because for some reason my camera keeps... See, look, I don't know what it's doing. Okay, so no camera today. I you know me. I'm in a wiggly mood today right now. So, okay. So let's roll. I want to see what they have to say about this. So this is the pretrial sentencing I don't have technical issues. Look. Justice delivered. Stop spamming caps. You see this? You see this? Well, hello, Jacob. I'm not having difficulties. I'm not having difficulties, Hannah. I'm just making sure everybody's here before I hit play. Okay, here we go. Play.
Lori Daybell.
All right. We have a number of things to discuss and get through here today. First of all is the motion for new trial the defendant filed. I received the response. I think the reply is due today. Is that being filed?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it right here. And
Is it ready to be filed?
yes,
Okay, we'll file that. You have a copy for the state?
I do.
Okay. The response, I'll take a look, or the reply, I should say, I'll take a look at that. The next thing I wanted to discuss was the state had filed a notice of its intent to use defendant's other acts to establish conspiracy, premeditation, and or establish motive pursuant to Rule 404B. In your pretrial statement, you indicated you wish to strike or withdraw that?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. Next, we have state's request to preclude the media from showing the face of a testifying witness, one of the witnesses. I'm assuming you don't really have a dog in that fight, Ms. Daybell? Or do you have a response?
I don't have a dog in the fight, but I haven't had a chance to read over. I just got a bunch of this stuff, so I'm not really sure what they're asking for.
Well, one of the witnesses also works in an undercover capacity, and showing that witness's face could compromise other investigations or things that that witness is doing. So it's a request to not broadcast his face through the media out into the public.
And is this witness FBI or something to that effect?
It's Nicholas Balance. I think he is an FBI agent.
Correct, he is an FBI agent. And he's a relevant witness because of why?
According to the state's notice, he created a PowerPoint regarding some of the Wi-Fi or cellular data
Cellular and
location.
Wi-Fi use, yes.
Yeah.
I have no real objection to him being obscured. I don't know how they'll do it, but.
All right, so I'll direct the media during trial when witness Nicholas Balance is called to testify. They can't broadcast his face out. They can focus the lower part of the witness stand or something like that, but his likeness or image or face should not be broadcast out to the public. So I'm essentially granting the state's request in that regard. Next, we have state's amended request for Rule 609 hearing and the defendant's response. When I read the amended request, you're simply adding the most recent conviction, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't really respond to that in your reply. You kind of just talked about the previous reply that you had made about, did you notice that she had asked to basically add your most recent conviction?
I saw that, but I didn't know what the law was since I wasn't sentenced for that yet. So I wasn't quite sure where to go on that. So I left it off.
Okay, with the 609, I think similar to the last trial, I'll put that off. And depending on if you testify or not, it only really becomes relevant if you decide to testify. So we'll table that for the time being. Next, I have the state's motion limiting to preclude inadmissible evidence relating to Tammy Latchik, who is a evidence scene technician type person from the, I think it's city of Chandler. Gilbert. Did you have a chance to review that?
I just got it and I am in the middle of responding to that. But I do have a request in that regard.
Which is?
From the state, since it was, just given to us, and I'm sure that the state had that information clearly before now. We need additional information, and due to that late disclosure, I was going to ask the state if they could disclosed to us the employment records of Tammy and the emails regarding this incident and any recordings or body cam videos so that we don't have to have my investigator try to do an investigation so quickly. If they have that information, if it could be turned over to the defense so that we don't have to try to gather that information so quickly.
Well, I don't think you're necessarily entitled to all those things if it's deemed that incident is irrelevant to her testimony. So I think the threshold issue is if you want to file a response where you think that is relevant, something that you can get into an incident that happened 4 years later, I guess when can you file your response?
Without any further information, I don't know when is that response necessarily due, Your Honor.
It was filed May 3rd, so technically it's already past due. So can you file it by next, you have a copy of it now?
I just got a copy, correct.
Right. How about next Wednesday, the 21st?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, so we'll.
And I
set
have
that
a question
aside.
on that as well. Can I make an objection on the sealing? Can I ask under what law or rule or statute that this motion was sealed under?
They've requested to file it under seal because of the nature of the motion and the contents of what that incident is, not needing to necessarily be in the public eye. So if you want to include in your motion an objection to it being filed under seal, you can do that as well.
Okay.
So you'll file that no later than May 21st. I don't need a reply on that. I'll deal with that, I guess, probably our first day of trial or so.
So you're not going to set a 609 hearing?
This is not a.
Oh, not the 609, but a hearing for Tammy Lachik?
I can listen to oral argument when you filed your reply, but I don't believe I needed any sort of hearing on it. So I'll deal with that May 29th or 30th, I suppose. All right, then we have the defendant's motion for no restraints in trial dated May 6th. I don't know, in your motion, I don't know where you get the idea that the sheriff's office recommendation ever was that you have no restraints at all. Their minimum recommendation was that you wear a rack belt.
Well, I have it right here and I copied it verbatim.
Yeah, you
Okay,
said, what it said was my recommended minimum requirements as listed above, and those were to wear a rack belt.
It said, or the recommendation of MCSO was that they could have a unarmed detention officer and an armed deputy sheriff if I was to not have any restraints.
Right, but that wasn't their recommendation. I've received the defendant's motion. I've received non-party Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan's response.
On the MCSO security justifications, my understanding is that was his recommendation.
Your Honor, Joseph V. Hill for the Sheriff's Office, if you have any questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll deny the motion from the defendant. The same conditions will be set that we had in the first trial, that being you wear the rack belt, no leg brace. There was one incident during the trial where you asked to take a break because a strap was hanging down behind your jacket. We did that. We rectified the situation. There's been no indication whatsoever that the jury noticed the rack belt or anything like that. So I think those conditions are appropriate and will remain for the second trial.
Your Honor, the jury was not polled to see if they noticed anything either. Was that correct?
Right. There was no request for that. All right. So next we have defendant's motion to consult with advisory council and team during trial dated May 6th. I don't know. I guess what exactly are you requesting? Are you requesting that during the lunch recesses you be housed somewhere where you can meet with your team?
Correct.
Okay.
And I know that it's a, you know, it's a DO situation, and I know that our DO has his other obligations to do, so I didn't know if another officer could maybe, if something could be arranged so that I would have time with my team during those breaks and during lunchtime.
We did accommodate that during breaks and recesses during the trial, to the extent that it doesn't delay the jury getting into the courtroom and resuming the trial when we need to, like when we take the 15-minute afternoon recess. That will continue. You'll have an opportunity to meet with them briefly. Over the lunch hour, I think is the real question. I did receive a response this morning from the sheriff's office, which indicates they don't really have an objection to that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. There is an area on the 4th floor in the South Court Tower where she can be taken to meet with her advisory council, and they'll work that out.
All right. I don't have a problem with that. So if you need to meet with them when we break for lunch, just indicate to the DO that's what you need to do. There may be a day where you don't need to meet with them, but I'll essentially grant. Ms. Kay, I don't assume you have an issue with them.
I have no position on it.
So I'll grant the defendant's motion on that she can meet during the lunch hour. Again, the only restriction on that is that we're not going to delay bringing in the jury at 1:30. We'll expect everyone back in the courtroom to start on time. All right, let's talk about the trial schedule and the screening. I received in the state's pretrial statement. Have you seen that?
I just did, yes.
Your Honor, may I be
Yes,
excused?
go ahead. Thank you. The state's pretrial statement indicate there was some witness scheduling issues. If we get the jury sat on the 30th and impaneled on the 30th, the last Friday in May, and we have our opening statements and begin testimony and evidence Monday, June 2nd, you indicated that the state indicated you would run out of witnesses either Wednesday or sometime Thursday.
Correct. That are available that week, yes.
Right, and then so we'll definitely go dark on Friday the 6th. I had initially indicated we would be in trial on that day, but if we can't have any witnesses here, we'll be dark on that day, and we'll indicate that for screening purposes for the jurors. I think we'll still indicate that we'll be in trial on the 5th, and we'll have to play that by ear. Maybe we will be dark, maybe we won't. But as far as when you resume on the 9th, you said you thought you would have 3 witnesses left at that point?
Correct.
Do you have an anticipation? Are those witnesses that would each take a whole day, or?
I think it's possible I could finish that day.
So ultimately what I'm getting at is trying to drill down the schedule and screening for the jury. Do we not need to screen them for the week of the 23rd?
Obviously, I just received the defendant's 15.2 that lists 2 different expert witnesses. I did request that they actually comply with Rule 15.2 and give me any information about any of these experts. They've also listed other witnesses. So because of that, I would still screen them for the other week.
Well, maybe we should address that. Is there still no report from Lonnie Dworkin that the state's received?
I have received nothing.
Do you have some sort of expert report you were disclosing?
We will, Your Honor, yes.
When?
Well, when is that going to be? Because it's way past due.
So the state did receive the affidavit from Lonnie explaining the things, which is why they turned over late discovery in the middle of trial. So we did have that. He's working on a few things for us as well now, and I will get with him as soon as possible and get that report to you as soon as possible.
All right, well, it's depending on what's in that report, it is likely to be precluded at this point, but I'll keep an open mind on that, and I guess we'll wait and see. Let's talk about, for the purposes of scheduling.
Your Honor, and just there's one other person that I'm Googled.
I'm going to ask her about the other witnesses. I received your supplemental witness list, I think yesterday. You have, in addition to Mr. Dorkin, you have Weaver, Barkman, again, Detective Moffat, Jeffrey White, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema Pastanas.
Zulema Pastanas.
Okay. Was Detective Moffat also involved in this case?
He was involved with the case agent of this case while he was the case agent of the other case, correct?
Okay. So he may or may not have, he may have relevant information. Again, I guess that's a wait and see. What about, who's Weaver Barkman?
So he's a ballistics expert.
Is that an expert? So that's an expert. Do you have an expert report that's been disclosed?
Not yet, Your Honor. We're working on it.
Your Honor, since I've not noticed a ballistics expert, that's a big problem because if I get something, then I would have to do that. So the defendant's, again, extremely late violation of all rules of criminal procedure is a problem.
It is a problem. Who's Jeffrey White?
My investigator.
Oh, okay. And do you have an idea of in what capacity you think he would be called?
Well, we had made a request from the state for the car door and the window that the bullet supposedly hit, and we were going to have him inspect that as well. We have recently found out that those two things do not exist. So I'm not sure what they're going to be putting up as far as ballistics in their case in chief. So I was trying to have someone who could be able to look at whatever reports they're trying to put up and rebut anything that they're saying.
Is Mr. White an expert in that area?
Mr. Weaver?
No, I said Jeffrey White.
He's my investigator.
Right, that's who I was asking, who has relevant information. What's Mr. White's relevant information for, why might he be called as into trial?
Because he's interviewing the witnesses as well, the defense witnesses.
So is it some sort of extrinsic impeachment if they?
Correct.
What about Melanie Gibb?
So Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastanas were both initially noticed in the state's 15.1. They have not noticed them again. I don't know if they can still call them if they're on their list, but
Have you?
they have relevant information to this case.
Have they been presented for an interview by the state?
They've both been interviewed multiple times by the state.
I mean, not by police officers, I mean by either a prosecutor or someone in her office in preparation for trial.
In this case,
Yeah, in either case.
not that I'm aware of.
Have they been subpoenaed?
The subpoenas are out.
What relevant information would they have?
They have relevant information to Brandon Boudreaux
Okay.
and around that
What
time.
is the nature of that relevant information?
It will come apparent if they have to get up and testify, Your Honor. I will only call them if I need
Well, they're going to
them.
be precluded if you can't give me some minimal, what relevant information they have. Just saying that they're relevant doesn't make them relevant. Okay?
Yes, and is this procedure that I have to say what each of my witnesses are relevant ahead of time and give my whole case in chief over to the state? It is?
Yeah.
That's
just
how
like-
it works?
like
That's
this-
the rules of law?
Stop interrupting me. Yes, that is the rule of law. That's just what the state does. They tell you what relevant information each witness has. So my answer is yes. So if you can't tell me what relevant information they have, they'll be precluded.
They both have had dealings with Brandon Boudreaux and Alex Cox. So
Okay, so does someone, that was a server for them at a restaurant. It doesn't make them have relevant information as to this case. Anyone who came into contact with Mr. Boudreaux or Mr. Cox had some interaction with them at some point in their lifetime does not make them a relevant witness. So what is their relevance?
the state had them on their witness list and they're saying they're not relevant?
Apparently not. Are you calling them?
No, they're not on my,
Police interview however many people they interview, because they're working on the case, they don't know who has relevant information, who doesn't have relevant information. All the people that they interview don't end up being relevant. So because they're listed in a police report somewhere, doesn't necessarily make them relevant.
Okay, their relevance lies in if they have to rebut something that the state puts on in their case in chief. They're just called in case they need them. They're subpoenaed in case they need them.
All right. It sounds like they don't have relevant information. However, I'll include these names on the potential witness list for screening the jurors if the jurors have any knowledge of any of these witnesses out of an abundance of caution. That's really the purposes for today, is the questionnaire that goes out to the jurors. So I will include these witnesses. Again, Mr. Dworkin, Mr. Barkman, if they're expert witnesses that haven't provided any sort of report or expert witness testimony, they're likely to be precluded as witnesses. But I'll include them on the witness list. I think what I'm hearing is you said you might finish on the 9th or the 10th? I'm going to indicate on the questionnaire to the jurors, potential jurors, that the trial is likely to end by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll include that Monday, the 23rd, and kind of say, if needed or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution. So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much done, and it's pretty much the same as the last one, except for the names of the witnesses, the specific allegations, and then I removed the question about viewing medical examiner autopsy type photos because that's not needed in this case. But I'll send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it in the next couple minutes and print out a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire, I need to get with the jury office. I think we were talking about sending it out the 22nd and cutting it off the 28th or 27th. And then we'll meet again on the 29th in this courtroom to go over the responses. That'll be at 1 p.m. on the 29th.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire, or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case. We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done? Are you just going to keep? Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name? Do you have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you gave them the name and they're just going to Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it. All right. And if you'll recall, when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked up this case since you filled out the questionnaire? And we had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused. So I have to include your name to screen out for the people that know about your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors, that'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
No, Your Honor.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1 p.m. to go over those answers on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10. We'll have walk-in jurors that morning that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive are screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower. Again, I expect to seat that jury at some point that afternoon. And then we'll plan on going Monday through Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
A lot, obviously the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias, all right? I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that. All right? So
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not had merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over the lunch hour. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay?
That's the first motion that you've ever granted.
Well,
in my behalf.
File motions that have a legal basis, and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Not many, no.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions. And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit, okay?
And none of my attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit?
They filed a motion on your behalf, the first team, to preclude media coverage, and I issued my ruling according to the law, all right? They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this, okay? That was not based in law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied, 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 denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
All right, are you done?
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion. Anything else? All right, I was handed a motion to suppress all evidence pertaining to Jeep Wrangler.
I have not received that.
Did you probably got a copy of it today or not?
No.
Oh, do we need to make copies? All right, go ahead and make copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of crucial evidence. So make a copy. I guess the state can file their response to those. All right, anything else for today from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see everyone on the 29th at 1 p.m. Again, that's in this courtroom.
Slam those papers, Lori.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, they cut the mic. Damn. Okay. Oh, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. TCA better go back. Katya better go back and watch that. She's going to have to go back. She's going to be laughing her ass off. Oh, my God. They can't suppress the Jeep information because that's not even good sense, because that's what they were driving. I mean, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. That was one of the best pretrial hearings I have seen in a while. She's she's a butthead. No, Lori, you deny. But you could hear her slamming those papers, slamming those papers on the desk, getting them all fixed. Oh my Lord, she was some mad. She was some mad. All right. Well, it is almost 3:30, guys, for me here. So I know, denied. I've almost denied. Oh, well, and that's not true, because he granted her the motion to just wear the rack belt. That was granted. Yeah, judge is over her-ish. I mean, I would be too. I mean, this has been going on for so long. And knowing that the judge after this trial is like, peace out, I'm over all of this. I'm sure oh my God, are you done? Yes, this is so great. Case one, where have you been the last 30 minutes? Okay, guys. Well, I will be back at noon Central tomorrow, and pick up Katya's stream, and we will carry on with the Karen Reed and catch up then. So that's going to be the end of our day. I'm tired. I've got 2 dogs that are actually being good right now. I don't know where they are, but they're being quiet, so that's a good sign. So I want everybody to have a great night. Yes, Walmart. Oh, Walmart. I'm sorry. See, too many things on my mind. Yeah, come home and watch the last 30 minutes of the stream. Okay, case one. Yeah, come home, watch the last 30 minutes. If you need a good laugh, it's all good. So y'all have a great night. I'm going to go play with my baby puppies, and I will see y'all at noon Central tomorrow. Peace. Rubber out.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.